Well, a very good morning and welcome to the third and final day of competition at the Tokyo Grand Slam 2016. 5 weight categories to bring you on this final day, and I'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 90 kilo category. Well, there are 3 men's categories, 2 women's category, 90, under 100 and plus 100 for men, and the under 78 and the plus 78 kilo category for women. Let's start with a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 90 kilo category. Alexander Kukol of Serbia is the number 1 seed. He's the Grand Slam gold medalist from Abu Dhabi earlier this year. The number 2 seed is Axel Clerget of France. He was the runner-up to Kukol in Abu Dhabi. So let's see how the two of them get on here. The number 3 seed is the identical twin of Hassan Karl Musayev, the Olympic champion. We have to oddly introduce his brother before we introduce him. It's Hussein Karl Musayev at 90 kilos. Was the silver medalist at the World Masters. Lost out to the current Olympic champion, Baker Machu. Transfer some of that form from Paris to here in Tokyo. In the under 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Cyril Marais of France, the Olympic bronze medalist. Number 2 seed is Adlan Bizaltanov of Russia. The number 3 seed is Wolf Aron, the 20-year-old from Japan, looking for his first Grand Slam gold medal. And the number 4 seed is Grigory Menashkin of Estonia. In the plus 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Shichinue Ryu of Japan. He was the silver medalist here last year. He lost to Harazawa, his teammate. No Harazawa this year, so Shichinue is the firm favorite. Number 2 seed is Ojitani Takeshi of Japan. Number 3 seed is Sven Heinle of Germany, looking for his first ever Grand Slam medal. And the number 4 seed is Kageura Kokoro of Japan. He won the Asian Championships, the Senior Asian Championships, earlier this year. Let's take a look at the 2 women's weight. Klara Apoteker of Slovenia. In the plus 78 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Yamabe Kanae of Japan, bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Rio earlier this year. Number 2 seed is Inamori Nami of Japan. The number 3 seed is Rochelle Nunes of Brazil. And the number 4 seed is the youngster from Japan, Asahina Sara. Okay, that is a rundown of the top 4 seeds in each weight category. We're going to start on mat number 2 with the first round contest in the under 90 kilo category between Victor Avivor, beg your pardon, of Ghana. He faces Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. It will be Avivor in white and Majdov in blue. Victor is currently serving in the British Army. 11 years so far. He's done a really nice young man to chat with. Let's see if you can cope with the exceptionally difficult Nemanja Majdov. That one easy now. Chance to work on the ground a little bit here. Why not? Decides not to pursue it, however. Popular fighter on the circuit is Victor. Just hung on a little bit too long to one side of the jacket with both hands. Picked up that penalty. with a single penalty against his name. Uchimata, that was a nice one. Got hold of him there, I'm afraid. Got in nice and deep, and the Ghanaian couldn't get off it. Well, not quite what Victor would have wanted. Would have liked to have been on the mat for a little bit more and given a slightly better account of himself. Just didn't work out. Well, Nemanja Maidov will face the number 2 seed, Axel Clearshay, in round 2. Who have we got coming up now then? Mukai Shoichiro of Japan faces Jose Peralta of Argentina. It's Mukai in the white judo gi and Peralta in blue.
Next contest of X3 is first round for men under 100 kilograms. In blue for Chinese Taipei, Hong Yi-chi. And in white for Japan, Shimohara Shohei.
Both fighters taking a little bit of time to settle. Neither fighter really coming up with an attack yet. We're almost at the end of the first minute. Mukai may have just counted for one with that low left-sided effort. Go over with Yuko there. That was overly generous, I'm afraid, yeah. Yuko's a better score. So Mukai leads. I'm just berating him for not attacking, and then he came up with that Uchimata. Nice looking effort. He couldn't quite turn Perlato onto his back, got him down onto his side, so that's where he came up with that Yuko. Peralta has picked up a penalty. He'll have to get going now. He's only been out there for 2 minutes, picked up a penalty. He's not careful. He'll get another. Mukai should finish it off now. He's not involved in this. Peralta is beginning to look embarrassing there.
The next contest on the number 3 is first round for men under 100 kilograms.
And what took him so long? Mukai.
In blue for Austria, Aaron Plana. In white for
The
Japan,
tidiest of endings, but at least he ended it with a couple of minutes left to go. Saved himself the trouble of having to stay on the mat for 2 more minutes. Right, let's see if either Kentaro of Japan can offer up something slightly more attractive than the last contest that his teammate gave up. This is in the under 100 kilo category. Italo Cordova of Chile takes to the mat against Ida Kentaro of Japan. It's Ida in the white judogi and Cordova in blue when they get here. Where are they then? Taking their time to make the way to the mat. It's unusual, they're normally a little bit quicker with the changeover. I'm not sure what was the delay anyway. Looks as though they're about to step onto the tatami now. Right, let's have a look at Ida Kentaro. Ichigari, that'll do. Well, it was good enough. He sat him on his backside and then he went on to his back, but not going to make that much difference now. Yoko Shigatami to finish this off from Judo. I wonder if Ida took part in that much talked about Kodokan Cup in Chiba last month, from which the selections for this event were quite clearly a big part of. He did. And he was the silver medalist. He lost out to Wolf Aaron in that final. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Wajahat Sawa of Pakistan faces Dashdalam Ishdorj of Mongolia. Sawa in the white judogi, Dashdalam in blue. bit harsh on Sawa. He was actually searching for the grip. Thanks very much.
第1試合場 90kg 級第1回戦青ドイツダニオ・クルブジルウェイト・ガルシア選手白ウズベキスタンダンプローゲブ・サトロフ選手
Dashkalam wasn't really interested in taking a grip, and he deserved that penalty, which he got. They had to take the penalty away from Sawa. He was actually busy searching for a grip. A stalemate here, I'm afraid. Neither fighter really looking energized. So we get some action here. He wants to get the day started with a bang. But I haven't seen that in this, any sign of that in this contest. He risked all with that rather weak Sutemi was her effort, and Dashkalam has taken advantage of that and now secured the Munigatami. And that looks as though that'll be that. So Dashkalam through to round 2. He'll face Kirill Denisov of Russia. Denisov has moved up from 90 kilos now to 100. We'll see how he gets on in his new weight category.
The next contest on mat 3. First round for men under 100 kilos. In blue for Mongolia, Otbata Hanga. And in white for Brazil, Leonardo Gonçalves.
Right, we're going to take a look at Kim Hyun-chol of the Republic of Korea. He faces Daniel Dichev of Bulgaria. It's Kim in the white judogi, Dichev in blue. There is interest at the moment in the entrance to the competition hall, because Alexander Mikhalin of Russia is about to take the walk down to mat number 3, and when he does, we'll go down there to look at that one. Alexander Mikhalin. Now there is a blast from the past. We'll have a look at the opening contest in his comeback. Not yet though, we've got a little bit of judo to come. Both here on mat 2, and there's a contest already taking place on mat 3 when Gonçalves and Odbatar are finished. That'll be the signal for us to go down there. So Ditchev has picked up 2 penalties. That puts him at a disadvantage. No score yet, with 3 minutes left to go. There'll be a slight delay whilst they tidy up some tape, or I think maybe just cut away a piece of nail or something from Kim's finger. Tidy that up, and then we'll get back underway. Meanwhile, Ditchev is on 3 penalties already, and we've got half the contest still to come. He's no way he's going to make the end of it. Well, given that we're going to go down to see Alexander Mikhalin, I can set things up, I suppose, by giving you a reminder of his record. 37 years old, Alexander Mikhalin. 3 times world champion, silver medalist at the Olympic Games in London in 2012. He lost out to Teddy Riner in that final. You have to go all the way back to 2001. 2001. In Munich, when Mikhalin won the World Championships. He won the plus 100 kilo category and the Open. The Open at that time. He beat Ariel Zavi in the final of the Open. And Selim Tataroglu of Turkey in the final. He defeated Shinohara Shinichi of Japan on the way to that final, and the giant man mountain from China, Pan Song. Look forward to seeing Mikhalin in a couple of minutes' time. Third of the world titles came in Cairo in 2005 when he defeated Munita Yasuyuki in that final. Looks as though Ditchev is going to get a fourth penalty here. And that'll be the end of it, I'm afraid. Really unattractive contest between the pair of them. Neither able to get anything going, Kim or Ditchev, and in the end Kim picked up the win on the back of having picked up one penalty less. Well, rather than get involved in watching this contest and jump, let's go down to mat number 3. The reason for going down to mat number 3 a little bit early is that we want to see Alexander Mikhalin. He's going to come on immediately after this contest. The contest that we're watching at the moment is in the under 100 kilo category. Leonardo Gonçalves of Brazil faces Odbatar Kangol of Mongolia. Gonçalves in the white judo and Odbatar in blue. Time has just run out there. Gonçalves had that single Wazari to his name, and that was enough to get past Odbatar. Oh, what a thing for Kageura Kokoro of Japan to have to face Alexander Mikhalin.
Please welcome in blue for Canada, the current World Cadet Champion, Louis Craig Gagnon, and in white for Philippines, Tohadura Nohei.
第1試合場 90kg 級第1回戦、青カナダ世界カレー銀メダリストルイス。
Well, it'll be interesting to see what kind of shape Mikhalin is in.
The next contest on track 3 is his first round for
I
men
don't
over 100
see
Please welcome in blue for Russia.
a great deal of Mikhalin after London.
And in white for Japan.
He did fight a few times, but it was pretty rare appearances after London. Okay, there he is.
ロシアロンドンオリンピック銀メダリストミハイリン選手、白日本影浦心選手。
Well, it was the Japanese there who ducked his head underneath. He should get the penalty for that. Kageura. He'll probably get one for dropping anyway. He picked up one for passivity. A choice of 3 penalties there, did the referee. Chose to give him one for passivity. Well, why not? He hadn't done a great deal. Nice little effort, left-sided. The low Marote Seanagi that Mikhalin felt and blocked, managed to move round to his side, or off to the side, and defended that one fairly easily. Stepping up the tempo a bit here. Kageura. Come up with a score. Mikhailin joins in now on a penalty for passivity. Japanese definitely moving up a gear here. Plenty of time left, though. Well over half the contest still to come. Commie effort from Mikhailin, just threatened Kageura for a moment. Japanese just shading it for me at the moment. Could do with putting in an attack now, Mikhailin, or else he'll pick up another penalty. Just off the pace here a little bit. Hang on to that grip as well for a while. He got away with that. Flirting with the edge. All of these things are not what you want. Right now is when Mikhailin might be asking himself, am I doing the right thing here? He picks up another penalty, this time for stepping off the area. So the advantage with Kageura at the moment with 50 odd seconds left to go.
The next contest on map 2 is first round for men over 100 kilograms. In blue for Australia, Elia Schumans. In white for Korea, Hee Hyung-kai.
Well, an unsuccessful return to competition for Alexander Mikhailin. Been out for a couple of years. Not able to really generate any threat to Kageura. It's the Japanese who takes the contest on the back of having only committed one error, whilst Mikhailin had picked up two. So it's not going to be as straightforward perhaps as Mikhailin may have originally envisaged. Right, who have we got coming up then? Yeah, we'll stay here to have a look at Li Po-yen from Chinese Taipei. He faces Stefan Hedgie of Austria. It's Li Po-yen in the white judogi, Stefan Hedgie in blue. No score yet between Lee and Heiji. Not a great deal of movement either. Almost countered. Yeah, going to give that. Slow to develop, but he didn't stop the action, so Li Po-yen giving up that score there. Trails now by Yuko with 3 minutes left to go. That was a good effort, and he comes back with his own score now. Well done.
On mat 2, we start the first round for women over 78 kilograms. In blue for the Republic of China, Su He. And in white for Brazil, Camila Yamato.
Sun Peiyu of Chinese Taipei. He was injured and couldn't make her contest, so Sone Akira of Japan got the bye. That brings us neatly to the next contest on mat number 2. Let's go over to mat number 2. If you want to continue watching mat number 3, just click on mat number 3 and you'll finish off watching Li Po Yuan and Stefan Hedgie. But we're going to go to mat number 2 to take a look at Axel Clerget of France. He faces Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. It'll be Clerget in the white judogi, Majdov in blue. They're just finishing off on mat 3, but I couldn't watch any longer. I just couldn't watch any longer. It was painful. Li Po Yuan is going to take that contest as the time ticks away. Rosari. So he's taken that one. Clerget in white, Majdov in blue.
First round for Romania 100 kilograms, Madame 3. In blue for Japan, Ota Yoga. And in white for Brazil, Judo Silva.
Majdov defending well against Axel Clerget. Clerget has to have something tidied up. It hasn't quite been the blistering start that we had on day 1. The solid and attractive judo we saw yesterday. It's been a little bit pedestrian this morning, I'm afraid. It'll pick up. Hang in there. I know it's a bit of a struggle, but we'll get through a few of these early fights, and then we'll get some good matchups. I'm absolutely sure of it. Clerget just having some tape tidied up to his fingers, and then once he's done that, we should be back underway. Quite a long delay, I'm afraid, but Kuramov and Nagasawa down on mat number 3. Well, there were on mat number 1. There were 6 Shidos in that. I didn't want to take you down there to watch that one. So Right, minute gone, no score yet. Clerget in white, Maidov in blue. Let's hope this one is the start of something good, because it's pretty poor this morning. Both fighters pick up penalties for avoiding to take a grip. Might have picked up the penalty for holding on to one side of the jacket with both hands for that little bit too long without attacking, so he picked up that penalty.
The next contest on tatami 3 is first round for movie number 78 kg. In blue, Port Chile, Jacqueline Ismail. And in white, North Slovenia, Clara Apollica.
Oh, nice little turn there from Axel Clerget. Yes, well, he turned out on that one. Yuko win on the board. That was a really neat turnover from Axel Clerget. So Yuko the lead for the Frenchman with a little under a minute left to go. 2 penalties picked up by Maidov. He's going to have to get going now. Clerget picks up a penalty for ducking his head underneath. Yuko enough to keep him ahead. Axel Clerget it is, who on the back of a single Yuko goes into the quarter-final, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. Is that round 2? Yeah, it was. Yeah, good progress being made by the Frenchman. Right, what have we got coming up next then for you? Sebastian Temesi of Australia will face Mukai Shoichiro of Japan. It'll be Temesi in the white judo, again Mukai in blue. Well, we're going to go down to mat number 1. Yeah, we're going to go to mat number 1 to see the opening contest in round 1 in the under 78 kilo category. It's Anna Maria Wagner of Germany. She faces Wang Zuchu of Chinese Taipei. Wagner in the white judogi, Wang in blue. Here's the new German hope then at under 78 kilo. That's not to say that they haven't already got fighters in that weight category. Luisa Malzahn is in there. Kirsten Thiele is in there, unless she's retired now. Have a look and see how Wagner gets on. A little bit tentative in getting that right leg across and just dropping the hip. Not the position for it, but I suppose a degree of bravery needed there to launch that attack. She hasn't done so yet. Squeezes out the Yuko there. He's trying to free that left leg, but it looks reasonably well trapped from here. Huh? Out it comes, and the Osaikomi goes on. Should be able to bring it home from here now, Wagner. She managed to save herself right at the last second there. 19 seconds were on the clock, so Rosari goes up on the board for Wagner, and she's still got another minute to work. Uchimata for Ippon. Eventually Wagner got in there. So Anna Maria Wagner defeats Wang Tzu-Chu of Chinese Taipei, and it'll be Wagner, the German, to face Umeki Mami in the third of the quarterfinals. Right, a chance for us to have a look around and see what's most interesting. Sebastian Temesi of Australia has given Mukai Shuichiro of Japan a little bit of a run for his money. Why don't we go to mat number 2 then? Yeah, we'll go to mat number 2. That one is all over. The Australian picked up a fourth penalty and was given Ansoko Make, but that brings us neatly now to Adnan Bizultanov of Russia. He faces Ida Kentaro of Japan. It's Bizultanov in the white judogi, Ida in blue. This is in the under 100 kilo category. Bizultanov had a bye in the first round, but Ida Kentaro disposed of Italo Cordova in quick time in that first round. That's put him in this contest now with Bizultanov. 2 Russians in the weight category, Bizultanov one of them. The second is Kirill Denisov, and if Bizultanov wins this and Denisov wins his next contest, then they'll go head-to-head in the third of the quarterfinals. That would be an unfortunate matchup. They wouldn't have wanted to come all this way only to go head-to-head, but that's the way that it appears to be working out at the moment. So Bizultanov in the white judogi, Ida in blue. Right, no score yet, and not a great deal of action from Bizaltanov and Ida. The only action we've had has resulted in Bizaltanov picking up that penalty for gripping over on one side with both hands. He just picked up a penalty for that, so he trails, and now he has to defend against that Uchimata effort. And a man who knows plenty about Uchimata is Neil Adams. A very good morning to you, Neil. How you doing?
Good morning to you, Sheldon. Yeah, Bizaltanov again having to fight one of the squad fighters of Japan, and it's interesting. I was just looking on the way in there, and new supporters, and supporting obviously
Ida Kentaro.
Yeah, so
Well, you haven't missed anything yet.
have I not?
We've had 2 days of, really good judo, and we've had one morning when I'm going to have to take a couple of tablets in a minute.
No, well, we're going to be all right. We're going to liven it all up now. Absolutely, for sure.
Even my technician, he agrees with me. He was nodding off over there,
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? How a different day can just, it can be totally different, and then it kind of all kicks off, and hopefully as it gets up towards the medals, because we've seen some great judo over the last 2 days. We really have. We've seen some explosive judo and some good tactical stuff as well.
Mikhailin's been on. He had his 5 minutes of puff and blow and lost on the back of having picked up 2 penalties. His opponent just won. It was that kind of fight.
Well, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Why? I was discussing that one this morning, actually, and why they would send, because, the Russians have got a massive squad here in Tokyo. They've got about 100 people training in Tokyo. They've got quite a few of them in this competition. And then they've gone for heavyweights, they've gone for the old guard, and I don't quite get it.
He failed to impress, I'm afraid. He did give us the opportunity to read through his impressive record.
And it is an impressive record, but it was quite a few years back.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Bizaltanov here, struggling. He's a Shido down, 1:44 to go, and Aida just in the lead. I wonder if Aida really knows who he's got here. Bizaltanov's been out there a bit, hasn't he? We saw that, didn't we, on the first day with the Olympic champion going out there to one of the number 4 Japanese fighters.
Right, now that Neil is here, it's going to give me an opportunity to go and check on that injury that happened on mat 1. Just want to make sure that Ogata and her opponent are okay.
I have it.
Julie Perret, who went over on her knee. I just want to go and check on that one. Here's Neil.
Well, Bizaltanov now will have to come forwards. He's going to have to. He has to take the fight to Aida, try and get some score. Does with that Tayatoshi, but didn't have any hands to control it. And as I said before, Aida just no idea really who he's fighting here, and the fact that he's so experienced and just taking the fight to him in Newaza and Tachiwaza as well. Coming up to the last minute of this contest, Bizaltanov will have to do something. So many fighters, I think, looking just a little bit lackluster. They really are. Tired, just waiting for Christmas to come along, and of course some of the ones that have got to prove themselves. There's Ouchi there from Aida. Well, Aida, a nice strong Ouchigari there, and Bizaltanov trying to counter him with the Uranagi. Uchimata this time. Well, on top of this, Aida, 33 seconds left, and Bizaltanov might just go out here in round 2. This could go either way here, and I think it's Bizaltanov going to end up in the hold any second now. Tatishi Hogatami. Nice bit of Newaza there, and Bizaltanov turns it back. So very ambitious, and on both parts really. I think Zoltanov just sigh of relief. 8 seconds left. Well, it's all too little too late, and I think Bazoltanov is going to go out here. So no medal for Bazoltanov here. Early Christmas. And Aida of Japan in the under 100 kilos category goes through to the quarterfinals. Got to get through to the quarterfinals. Don't forget to qualify for any kind of medal. But that wasn't going to happen. So let's have a little look just to see where we are, and we have Denisov up next. So let's stay on mat 2, and it's Cyril Denisov of Russia, the other Russian in the minus 100 kilograms. Remember that Denisov has gone up from minus 90 kilograms into his new weight category. He was the winner in China, and in a nice cheeky interview in China, Denisov said that everybody would be very, very worried about him coming up into the 100 kilos category. But I'm sure Aaron Wolf, who's going to follow him out here, will have something to say about that. So Denisov is going to be in white. Still, Russia have a chance of a medal in the minus 100 kilograms. Dashdulam of Mongolia is his opponent, and Denisov is in white. Well, he had great technique. He seemed to settle into the weight very, very nicely, Denisov. Some people find it quite difficult to adapt to the different balance and the different in the weight. Don't forget that in the heavier weights, there's a greater differential. And from 90 to under 100 kilos, 10 kilos difference. It looks good in the weight, I have to say. Four World Championships, and he's fought for a medal at every World Championships at under 90 kilograms. So left against right, and Denisov is left-handed, as you can see, more predominantly left-handed. Right-handed Dashdulam of Mongolia. Oh, there's the switch. It's all over. The Mongolian goes over. Well, he's been having great form with that one. Been sending them all over the place with it the last couple of tournaments. That put him into the quarter-final, Denisov. And he does it in style there. Dashdulam of Mongolia, one of the young up-and-coming Mongolian fighters, goes over. And so it'll be Aida of Japan in that quarter-final that Denisov will be fighting. Nice little half that. Aida Denisov. Aaron Wolf is up here now. He's going to be fighting Wolf, just having a look. Kim of Korea. And then on the bottom half of that, we've got Dvarbi and Ultibiov of Uzbekistan. So quite a little quarter. We'll stay on this mat for Wolf, because I want to have a look at Aaron Wolf. He was third place in the Olympic Games, and he really is a talent, Aaron Wolf. not traditional style for the Japanese, but he really grinds it out. He's got some good counter attacks too. Wolf, as you can see, is in white. I did say that he wasn't traditional, didn't I? Yoko Satemi straight away. Kim Hyun-chul wearing blue. Young Korean team, and all of them trying to establish themselves. I think they're doing very much like the Russians are at the moment as well. He's sending out a lot of the youngsters for international experience, and also just to see which ones they're going to put their money into, I think, for the qualification process over the next 4 years. You can look how tough he is, the Korean. I mean, Wolf, not easy to grip up. Watch how he'll fight hard, Wolf, he'll not stop. All about dominating sleeve. Sleeve is so important, it really is, and so I think a lot of the new rulings in 2017 are going to be, oh, look at that beautiful Ouchi there, scores the Yuko with it. Just drew him on there, didn't he? Well, just saying that if it's a dominant grip, and whoever's dominating the grip should be initiating the technique, and that's exactly what happened there. He just drew him on because he had the grip. Driving Ouchi, that was. So again, down to that sleeve grip. Just have a little look out when Kim comes across. Aaron Wolf just looking to take advantage of it. He's looking for the Ouchi again. There it is. Just letting him come onto it, Kim. Better defensive wise that particular time. Uranagi! That's going to be a Wazari, surely. Yes, it is. Wazari to Wolf. Nice Uranagi. Straight into the hole down there. Look how he just ground that out, didn't he? Really did. Good, strong Korean. And Wolf makes easy work of it. Uranagi, Yoko Satemi waza. It was a nice Ouchi that scored as well. And Wolf just holds him down there for the Ippon. That puts Wolf through. Will it be Zvarbi or will it be Otabayev of Uzbekistan? Well, we're still going to stay on this map because I'd like to see who actually goes up against Wolf. That's quite some half, that particular one. Marais, of course, on the other side of the draw. Joachim Zvarbi of Sweden up against Bekmurad Okulbayev of Uzbekistan. So that's our next contest up. Zvarbi, really one of about 5 of the Swedes at the moment, really producing and really doing well. All training together in one city and training at one centre, and all paying the dividends. And look at that, standing Sianagi straight away there from Zvarbi, and he goes in again with it. Power. of Altabaev. It's almost as if he just said, well, you're not going to get that, that's for sure. Well, just having a little look down on mat 1, and I can see that Eder just ahead against Kriba Gagnon of Canada. And Eder, one of the talented French fighters that I think is going to win a major medal. Brilliant thrower. Look at that, left Sianagi there from Dvarbi. Takes Altabaev over. So going right and left with that Sianagi. Well, he wasn't latched onto the arm. Looking for the counter now, looking for the Tanio Toshi. That's going to be a Yuko there. Altabaev takes him over and directly into the hold down. Varby just has one big shift there to get out and does well. One Yuko each. No score for the hold down, and it's all evens again. Varby again with the Sianagi. Well, good match this. Fairly evens. Could go either way. Well, just to inform you that Eder in the under 90 kilograms has just beaten Kriba Gagnon of Canada with a Wazari score. An eye out for Eder. Certainly one for the future. Kosodagak from Dvarbi. Well, interesting that Sheldon was just saying that the judo not as explosive this morning as it has been on other mornings, but it can warm up, and it often does. That's going to be another Yuko. Altabaev scores with, well, what can only be described as a slow technique, but it was slow motion. He landed on his side though, and so warranted the score. Well, now he's got to come forwards. He's still got 2 minutes, though. He's got plenty of time.
Well, whilst Dvarbi and Altabaev are battling it away, we've got the first appearance of Hussein Karl Mozaev, the twin brother of the current Olympic champion at under 81 kilos. His identical twin fights at 90.
He can throw
kilos,
as well.
yeah.
This one, this brother can throw as well. Oh, look at that! He's pulled it back. And Wazari there to Varby. Just took her eyes off the ball just for a second, and he's into Yushiro Kazagatami, and it's all over.
Strong now.
Yeah, I think he's going to hold him there. Well, that'll give us chance, won't it? I think now to just drift over. I think he's going to hold him just about. Yeah, he does. Gets the Ippon. So he's the other quarter-finalists on that particular half there. Aida Denisov, Wolf against Varby, and that should be a little bit of a sorting out there.
You might want to stick here and see Shichinue and Ju Young Seo, the Korean. I mean, Karl Mozaev, it's early days yet. He's up against Lee Jae-young. So you might want to hang on here. We've just received a rather attractive magazine whilst we're waiting to
Good-looking chap on that.
tell you what's coming on next. Yeah, do you mind if I have a look at that? Neil's going to hand me a magazine that David McFall has just come over and handed us. It's called Judoka Quarterly. This is for fall 2016, and on the front of it,
Hellishly
He's a
handsome
rather
chap.
exceptionally attractive gentleman with a blue judogi on, looking directly into the camera. It's Neil Adams on the front. He gets everywhere, that one, isn't it?
Just, you can't stop it, can you?
And the very inside cover is a sort of promotion for effectivejudo.com, www.effectivejudo.com. You got anything to do with that?
Oh, just a little bit. It was just a little bit. And actually, if they go into that, then they might see something about my book. I've written a book as well.
Is there
Game of Thrones.
where is that then about?
It'll be somewhere in there.
There's a referee in there, and I remember him. Referee. There's a picture of you taking on Vas Morrison in the 1976 British Open. I was there at that as well.
1976.
I don't mean to say that I was there competing. I was there watching because I've made that mistake once before. Shichinue Ryu of Japan in the white judogi faces. Ju Young Seo of Republic of Korea. He's in blue. I haven't seen Ju before.
No, it should be an interesting one, shouldn't it? Because, I mean, they're still going on Shinshinui as well. And his main rival, of course, it isn't here, is he? Not fighting.
Yeah, he's got the day, week, month off. Call it what you will. He's off anyway.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, so if you can get hold of a copy of Judoka Quarterly, so it's well worth a read. It is actually an attractively laid out magazine with all sorts of interesting articles in there about the Olympic Games, and there's nice photographs. I'm not sure where all the photographs come from.
Yeah, good magazine, it is. And I'm not just saying it because of that front cover.
Incredibly touching photograph with D'Artagnan Crockett, who, after securing the bronze medal, was kneeling at his coach's knees. That's Ed Liddy, who was coaching the United States of America Paralympic team. It was just such a nice photograph to see. Very, very touching.
Yeah, it's very humbling.
Yeah.
Well, 3 penalties here. Zhu of Korea has 2 of them. Shinshinui of Japan has 1 of the penalties. So Shinshinui still got to get his throwing in, and it'll be interesting just to see what kind of form he's on.
I have to say, I didn't enjoy the Paralympics, and I don't mean that from the judo sense. I thought the judo was absolutely terrific, but I found it overwhelming and overpowering emotionally, and I hadn't experienced that at a judo competition before, not that kind of being moved, and that it was a little bit shaken up from that. I didn't expect that at all.
No, well, there was some really, I mean, I was there commentating, and we did the Paralympic judo, of course, and of course the wheelchair fencing, and well, there was some amazing athletes.
Yeah.
You know, one especially in the ladies wheelchair fencing, and it was just unbelievable. I mean, it's the first time I've ever felt choked up
Yeah,
when
that moved,
hardly
yeah.
able to speak. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the scoreboard. You've got them in the top left, well, in the along the top, so you can see the scores from the other mats. And Lee picked up 3 penalties. Karl Musayev 1 penalty. I just felt that we were gonna get that kind of contest. What I didn't think was that we were going to get the same number of penalties in half the amount of time in watching Shichinue and Ju. And unfortunately, this has been the pattern of the day.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what's got into it.
Well, I don't know, and let's just hope that when we start the final session, that it all picks up.
Well, you said that earlier, and I
day.
think it will. It's just a matter of time. It's just, it's like they've they've all got cold or something at the first thing in the morning.
They've all got colds.
Yeah,
I think
they're
have.
all off.
Yeah. None of us could sleep last night, that's for sure. Shinshinui gets a second penalty, so there's 5 penalties in this contest here. 3 minutes gone. And as Sheldon says, it seems to be the pattern of the day, but we're going to break the pattern of the day because we are going to lift these fighters and we're going to get some massive scores, especially in the final sessions. So get ready for it.
The thing that gave me an indication that it wasn't going to be that great was I looked at the matchups and I couldn't see one that I wanted to go and get involved in. But now you're just getting a few of those coming up now. So I want to see Yamabe and Suchin this morning. The Chinese heavyweight threw beautifully, absolutely spanking Osodagari with big movement. She faces Yamabe Kanae, the bronze medalist from the Olympic Games. Shichinue just getting galvanized into some kind of movement there, but he hasn't had a reaction from Ju. You need that.
I think it's going to be all over here, Sheldon. I think Zhu is just about to get a 4th penalty, which will be Hon Sokamaki. Shame that we have any kind of matches that are decided on Shidos, and of course a lot of the new rulings of 2017 are going to try and eradicate as many Shidos as we possibly can. That's the main aim anyway.
We've got another Japan-Korea heavyweight match coming up next. Do we risk it? Ojitani Takeshi and Kim Kyung-tae. And then Colton Brown is up against Nagasawa Kenta of Japan in the under 90 kilo category. That's round 2 down on mat number 1. Do you fancy that? Because we're only going to come back here for Yamabe and Sushin.
I wouldn't mind just having a little look at Ojitani. The reason being that Ojitani is the other heavyweight representative that wins the All Japans, wins the All Japan Championships, but he can't get out. He can't win outside.
And
you talked about that yesterday.
That's what the morning has been like for me. There are just so few things that say no. I've got to go and see that one. I'm absolutely, got to move down and see that. I can see the education and coaching director Mohammed Marija on the move. There must be some transgression that has taken place because he doesn't move for nothing. So he's probably chasing someone down.
He's going to chase somebody down, yeah.
Ojitani just jumping up and down. I felt the earth move there as he.
Well, he's a big thrower, Ojitani, and like I say, he beats all of them. Harasawa as well, and Shinshinui. He beat them in the All Japan Championships, but outside of Japan, he doesn't seem to do as well.
Suzuki Keiji, I think, is in the chair for Ojitani, if that helps him.
Well, having somebody of that caliber, World Olympic champion,
high-powered assistance. Grigori Menashkin, has just won his contest down on mat number 3. Neil.
I was going to say, everybody, of course, the Japanese especially in the heavyweights, just want somebody to be able to compete with Teddy Riner, don't they? They want to win the coveted heavyweight title because that's the one that means the most to them. The open weight tournament of Japan, look at that, he nearly went there, didn't he? Ojitani overstretched.
If Kim had kept his hands on him,
it would have gone, wouldn't it? Well, just look at the size of Kim as well.
Yeah,
he's a very big chap.
See, I think that's what they should be looking at now, that kind of build.
Yeah, it's a heavyweight athletic build, isn't it? And to know how tall these guys are, you just need to look at the referees.
Dwarf.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they are huge guys. I remember standing in the elevator with Teddy Riner, and you had to duck to get into it.
I don't know how tall they are, but I can tell you that Ojitani weighed in at 143 kilos. And Kim weighed in at 118.
30. Oh, did he? 118?
See, and that's what they were talking about, that athletic frame.
Well, there's weight that they put on. It's not about putting on weight, is it? It's putting on the right kind of weight.
Healthy body weight.
Yes.
I remember who introduced me to that term, healthy body weight. I think he was suggesting that I didn't have enough. And that's why he used it.
Yuko scored there from Ojitani, and it was an Oguruma, and he just had a second stab at it. If we've got replays here.
Well, one of our chaps has been talking about it. But he's rather tentative in pressing what he believes was the replay button. And he didn't want to get it wrong, so he shied away from it. But Matthias Fischer is back, and he may
Give us some
give
replays.
us some replays. He's totally oblivious to the fact that we're talking about him. He's got the earpiece in, but
ignoring us.
There's some trigger words, and we haven't used them yet. And if all of a sudden I mentioned a different mat, he'd be down there like a shot. But he's just totally oblivious to the fact that we're talking about him. So I find that hilarious.
So Ojitani not really showing us what he can do here, but I mean this is to get into the semi-final. 2 Shidos each now. Ojitani in this first quarter-final just ahead.
He's got that one score proving to be enough.
Still 2 minutes to go though, yeah.
Colton Brown has just lost out to Nagazawa Kenta of Japan on mat number 1. That's in the under 90 kilo category, round 2. So he's going to miss out on any further taking part in the competition. It's unfortunate. I like the look of him. Good man, Colton Brown. Just tough draw.
It's always going to be tough here, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's always going to be tough.
We had the pleasure of chatting with Tachimoto Haruka yesterday, and it's perfectly possible that she'll come down and visit us later today. She did say that she was going to come down, and I saw her sitting up in the stand somewhere, but I don't want to drag her down. Maybe we'll get Tsunaki Funa or someone.
Now on leg 1 is time for the quarterfinal, women under 78 kilograms.
Well, Ojitani just ahead in this, just one score, which was Makikomi, and it was a second stab at it. So there's going to be a third penalty up here for Kim. I think Ojitani might get it as well. It's Ojitani that gets the penalty. He gets the third one.
120 odd left to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, all of a sudden, Kim's got a new lease of life here, coming forwards.
He puts in 3 or 4 attacks, and Ojitani could be having an early shower. It's the quarter-final. He would be back, but not where he wanted to be.
Well, no, it's put him under pressure now all of a sudden, and totally unnecessary.
Kim realises that. It's a bit more movement.
Yeah, but just doing a jig and a dance isn't enough, is it? You've got to attack. Another good attack from Ojitani.
I saw the jig, but I wasn't sure that was a jag at the end.
Well, of course, this is what the gripping strategies are all about, isn't it? If you get a positive grip, you have to attack. No good just flicking away at the legs. World title for one like that, and it's just not good enough. That was a good attack there from Ojitani. Didn't take his head with him, though. He has to take the head with him as well. Well, good attacks under pressure.
Yeah,
they are.
If he gets hold of Kim, he's going to fly.
I think just one more half a degree.
Ogata Akiri is being held on mat number 1 in the quarter-final of the under 78 kilo category. Takayama Rika is putting out Ogata. This is a sad thing to see when a fighter's career comes to a very public close. Well, she hasn't looked that good today, and if truth be told, she hasn't looked that good over the last year, possibly 2.
Yeah, last couple of events.
Yeah, just beginning to struggle.
It's funny, isn't it? Just goes away from you.
Yeah, Sato may be the same thing. Sato Ruika, we're going to see her shoot soon. Here comes their replacement for both of those. Umeki Mami, she won the World Championships last year. She faces Anna Maria Wagner of Germany, the upcoming young German in the under 78 kilo category. Ojitani takes that one. And again, another scoreboard just littered with penalties. And we avoided that yesterday.
Yep.
You know, 3, 4, 5 penalties. We avoided that yesterday, but we've full house here. Yamabe Kanae of Japan, the Olympic bronze medalist, faces the new young heavyweight from China, Su Qin. And they've got plenty of them. There's one thing that the Chinese women can produce. Not only a lot of them, but, you know, fairly successful ones.
They had a good one for
women's
Paralympic
heavyweights.
Games as well.
Yeah, third Olympic gold medal.
Absolutely.
She
Third
made
one.
me cry in London.
Yeah, amazing.
It was terrific, absolutely fantastic. She had been a fully sighted judoka, and
that
she
right?
had a degenerative eye condition that just got worse and worse and worse, and she's now completely unsighted. Completely
I thought she
unsighted.
had better technique than all of them.
Yeah,
to
well,
tell you the truth.
you know, I was watching one contest and I thought, I can't believe it. I goosebumps at the quality of her judo. She really, really was a terrific fighter. Mike Swain wants to come up here, doesn't he?
You just get a little indication here from Mike Swain.
He's waving away there, but he's a shy thing, isn't he? Shy, retiring type. Just came to wave hello to Neil. Right, here is Yamabe Kanae and Su Qin. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to roll round. It has, but our fight order hasn't quite changed yet. So the
Oh, look at
scoreboard's
that!
good.
Oh, it's all over.
Well, didn't have a chance.
No, Yamabe there. Beautiful technique. Oh, Garuma. Look at that. Well, I think it was Ashi Garuma, actually.
You know what that was, don't you? She said, I know this kid can throw, and I'm not going to hang around to see it.
Well, there you go. I mean, you said that the other one had just had a really good opener. And Yamabe says, well, what about that one to stop that?
Some of that.
Yeah, so she's straight through to the semi-final.
Right, so we're going to see Yamabe in the semi-final, as Neil has just said. We're going to see Su in the repechage contest. Coming up next, Asahina Sara of Japan, a young Japanese, this time against Sandra Jabonsklita of Lithuania. It's Jabonsklita in the blue judogi, Asahina when she steps out there in white. In the meantime, whilst we're waiting for them, I suppose we could nip down very quickly to mat number 1, see what's happening with
Let's
Umeki.
just do it. Let's have a little look at Umeki.
Let's see how she's getting on there. There's that red back patch that signals she is the current world champion. She's up against the taller, leggier, younger Anna Maria Wagner. Yeah,
Well, it's all
Yuko.
over. She gets the Yuko for that. That went off the mat, didn't it? But
Yeah.
she gets the Yuko and she's ahead, Wagner.
There's plenty of time, though, and Umeki is noted for a non-stop activity, so she'll go all the way. We're not keeping up to date with the contest order, but I didn't want to tell Ellie. I felt so embarrassed, and when she delivers them, I keep telling her thank you so much for them, and I just pile them up there. So don't worry about putting them in any
I was
order.
trying to put them in order.
Yeah, don't
I
worry.
thought maybe you were following them.
Yeah, but don't tell Ellie though. Yeah. She'll be most upset.
Well, look at that. Umeki scores the Yuko
Yeah.
back and straight into the hold down. She's not going to let go of that arm now.
It's done now. That's done.
Well, of course, we look at that and we say that's Yushiro Kesugatami, reverse Kesugatami, but it just is...
No, I think you're right.
yeah, it's...
Difficult to describe it as anything else, given the
well,
shape.
the funny thing is
there.
that Kodokan have now are calling it Kazure. Kesugatami. And it's just a variation of or broken.
Yeah.
That's the way they've explained it, which is a strange
Really?
one, isn't it? Yeah.
I
it's a
would have
strange
gone
one.
with the Oshiro, and that's the way I grew up learning that.
I still think it
particular-
is, or we
yeah.
can still call it Yushiro.
Yeah.
Just, obviously,
Call it what you want, mate.
well, we can do really. Reverse scarf hold.
Yeah. I wonder why they decided to.
Well, it's just they
reclassify
grouped
it.
them. They decided to
yeah.
regroup certain ones, and so any kind of variation is Kuzure.
Oh, okay.
So I
Yeah.
thought I'd just educate you on that one. Just
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I am.
You'll still call it Yushiro, though. won't you?
I am glad to have had that pointed
Part of
out,
that.
because I just thought that you give it the main, name the main technique, and then any variation of that, you would say was Kazuri. I understand that.
Yes.
But this is a slightly different shape here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
It is,
And-
especially
and-
when
and-
you turn.
I like
Inwards.
the Ushiro part of it.
Yes.
But then I suppose you get into the late kind of Roy Inman type descriptions,
Be a little bit
where
careful.
you get
So
Kazuri Ushiro.
yeah, you gotta
I did
be
like the
careful
book.
that you don't over confuse
Did-
yourself.
Did you read his book, just out of interest?
No, I didn't.
Didn't
I
you? You should have.
No, I saw some of
should,
the
yeah.
names, and so they were correct. I mean, what he was naming them, but
The concepts
it was
that had been
confusing, wasn't it?
had disappeared.
I
Yeah,
found
yeah.
it a bit confusing.
Yeah. It was interesting. Interesting. Right, we are watching here a replay of Anna Maria Wagner going over. We may get to see it again because we've got time.
And look, Kazuri
Hmm.
Yushiro Kasugatami.
Yeah, let's remember him properly. He was a good
Oh,
man.
no.
wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like I say, it was. There's so many variations. Don't forget that the Kodokan now have added 27 variations of all the techniques. So you've got 40 Gokyo, then you've got another 27 on top of that. So you've got 67 techniques. And of course, what they are half of the techniques that we're trying to name here when it happens quickly, whether it's an Oguruma, Ashiguruma, or whether it's Uranagi from the front, which is a mixture between Uchimata and Uranagi. And, they are all variations that have developed.
Very interesting contest on mat 2. We're not going to go there. I just want to point out to people at home that Inamori Nami of Japan faces her teammate Sone Akira it's the battle of the tiny heavyweight.
Yes. What happened
Taking
to
place
Sarah?
Sarah, she won.
Did she?
She won her contest,
right,
yeah. We're watching Alexander Kukol of Serbia, the number 1 seed. He faces Kugimaru Taichi of Japan. It's Kukol in the white judogi, Kugimaru in blue.
He's very rangy, isn't he, Kukol's?
Yeah.
And
Difficult fighter.
yeah, he really is.
That height, long legs.
I think if I'd have fought 90 kilograms, it would have been just the height. Wouldn't have suited at all.
Yeah, 71, 78 as the weights were. It was just that tricky in-between thing, wasn't it? Where you might be 74, but not really
if you-
heavy enough when guys were coming down from 83 or 84 kilos into that weight category.
Oh, no, exactly. If you're halfway between a category, it's always the problem. Always.
Both fighters pick up a penalty apiece. Uchimata effort there from Kugimaru, and Kukol was able to hop and step off that, avoid getting thrown. Does David McFall mention the Game of Thrones in that magazine?
I don't know. I haven't. I'll have a little look. I haven't read the text. I know that we did an article for it.
Zari
Yeah, lovely
Kukol.
Wazari there. Kukol's on
catches
top.
him.
You say Kukol's just come into this as top seed.
Yeah. He was the number 1. The category was kind of shorn of top fighters
Well, is this foot going to come out here? This is one of the key things at the moment.
Musayev, Clerget, Nishiyama Daiki, those were the names to look at. Alexander Idier.
That's interesting, isn't it? Nishiyama Daiki still there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Been
all
around
those
for a while.
battles with...
I'm thinking that he would have been in the... He was the fighter that they put in from the outside, you know?
Yes.
And then you had Nagasawa, Kugimaru, and
this is all over.
Mukai.
This is all over here. Nice turn from Kukolc, and Kugimaru of Japan couldn't
No
stop
answer.
it. And he's not going far from
No,
there, I
no.
can tell you. That's him into the semi-final now, Kukolc.
Top draw.
Yeah,
Won.
you're right. I think he was, and I'm just looking at him now. I mean, he had some battle royals, didn't he? Two-time world silver medalist, of course.
Iliadis beat him in
Iliadis beat him
Paris
both. Yeah.
in 2011.
Still there now.
Terrific fight.
Well, I always thought he was going to do great things, and he just fell short, actually.
The winner of match 1 in white belt Serbia,
Kolc goes through, and he's now in the semi-final.
And we were talking about Nishiyama. And speak of the devil, here he is.
Oh, good.
There
Well,
you go.
you know, one of the great things about Nishiyama is the change of direction that he has for his Ouchigari, and it's one of the things that I use as an example, for a coaching example, of change of direction off the back leg, and hopefully we'll see it here, and he'll do it. But he'll do Uchimata. He has a nice Uchimata as well on the left, and then he has an Ouchigari. But the Ouchigari, he changes direction, and he completely changes direction with it. So it'll be interesting to see if he does it here against Adair. He's got his work cut out, of course, with Adair.
Like the Japanese coach who came to the mat, bowed to the mat, bowed to the French coach, who was totally oblivious of the fact that he was being given that respect. He'd already sat down and was just plumped himself down.
It's different.
Well, I think when you're aware of that little bit of etiquette that's happening, you know,
I think
you
it's
give a nod
important.
to it. You
Of
know,
course you do, absolutely.
you don't have to follow it up when your next match is against Poland or Germany, whoever it is, and they're not doing it. But if you're against the Japanese and you know they do it, then you know you give them that little nod. You know.
Well, of course, Adair here has good throwing technique as well. He's got the Sodi that he does, suddenly flicks it across.
in blue for Japan, Mukai Shoichiro, and in white for France, Axel Clerget.
Adair's teammate, Axel Clerget, is about to take to mat number 2.
Yeah, interesting that they're putting them both out here.
And he's got Japanese opposition as well, Clerget. He faces Mukai Shoichiro.
Sleeve lapel grip. Look at the lapel grip, so traditional from Nishiyama. Oh, nice actually was that. There's the Sodi there. Oh, look at that. Kochi as well. Change of direction there from Adair. The French having a little sort out in the under 90 kilograms. Still think we're going to see that Ouchigari from Nishiyama. Left to left though, it's just not quite the right angle for him.
Time for quarterfinal for women under 78 kilos.
第3試合場78キログラム級準々決勝戦
Well, he's got to put an attack in, Nishiyama. Hasn't done anything so far. It's been all Adair.
In white court, Slovenia, Lara Apotheca.
I think if we're going to see any score, Adair, his chance is to switch it to the right, Sodi. There it is. There's the Sianagi on the other side. I always think he's a little bit older than he is. I think he's about 27, isn't he? 26, 27, Nishiyama. I don't think he's much older.
I shall check for you.
It always surprises me because I think he's been around for ages.
But he gives that impression, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen him in a couple of world finals.
Exactly. He's been medaling in Paris in 2011, then it's going to feel as though he's been around forever.
So there's the gripping tactics again off the sleeve. Just trying to dominate that one sleeve.
26.
26, yeah, I thought he was. Yeah, and it always surprises me when I see that. 26, 27, I thought he was. Sodi! It's always the switch. It's going to be over the other flank, and that's where Nishiyama finding it difficult because he's all left. Although I was saying that, I have seen him do right Sodi as well. There it is. Right Sodi there, just pops it across. It's always that's going to score, I think, the change of flank. Well, we're into the final minute here. Just one Shido up there to Nishiyama, and it has been Adair, I have to say. Nishiyama just popped one Sodi in there, almost as a consolation, but he hasn't been doing the work. Oh, Soto this time, Nishiyama. Remember, this is for a semi-final place, 30 seconds. Can Adair make he has a little look at the clock there. Can he waste 30 seconds, basically? So it has to be catch and attack on the ground. Nishiyama coming forwards now. He realises this is drifting away from him. Well, Adair gets the Shido, and that's exactly what he didn't need there because it's all evens now. So goes into golden score, and that was thrown away there by Adair just by going into defensive mode too early.
And, you know, it's the exact same situation with Clerget and Mukai on the adjoining match, Shido apiece. In that contest, they've got 50-odd seconds left to go. Here, we're already into golden score.
Oh, Soto, look at that one from Nishiyama. Yeah, they're both having a battle of it, aren't they? Both fighting Japanese fighters, and both, well, it's on an edge. Because that was close from Nishiyama there. Nishiyama starting to find a way through the defences of Adair. Sodi this time on the other side. Now Osoto again. Now Adair will have to attack. He knows that as well. He's going to have to do something now. He's one attack off getting that Shido. There's the Ouchi.
Real problems for Adair.
Sasai, yes,
all over
he's
him,
going to
isn't he?
lose it
What a
on
good
it.
bit of
That's
pressure.
It. Absolutely.
Terrific.
Just at the right time there. Yeah, it's all over.
He's done him.
He knew it though, Adair, didn't he?
Yeah.
He just hadn't quite done enough.
Nishiyama Daiki into the semi-final. He's not the only Nishiyama that we've had in recent times at under 90 kilos for Japan either. Nishiyama Masashi, who they sent to London, he's at the bronze medal there.
Yeah, he was doing well as well,
the other Nishiyama. He's a bit older, he's 31. And this is the one that we really like to look at, but at that time, the timing was perfect for Nishiyama Masashi, because it was a tough category at 90 kilos. They've been squeezed out of that, the Japanese, until Baker Mashi sort of rescued it for them in Rio.
Kawaze of Russia then, Nagasawa of Japan.
It was Songdaenam in London at 90 kilos. Irakli Tirakidze in Beijing, and Zurab Zviadauri in Athens. That was the 90 kilo, the last few gold medal winners. That kept the Japanese out. And they've got it now with Baker Mashu. He's a superstar here now.
Absolutely.
He's not the only one that can get on the front of a magazine.
Well, he deserves
Yeah,
it.
he hasn't got a book though.
No, not yet. Not yet.
He hasn't got a book. Hussein Kalmuzaev in the white judogi faces Nagasawa Kenta of Japan in blue. Absolute spitting image, isn't he?
Well, you can't tell them apart, can you? It's very difficult. His brother, of course, for anybody watching, is the Olympic champion at under 81 kilograms.
And it's only when you look at him here, I mean, walking around and everything, you could really mistake him. But when you see him on the mat, he moves differently. You just watch him and think, that's not him. That's not Hassan. He had a terrific battle, absolutely terrific battle with Baker Mashu.
It was amazing, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
We said at the time.
Was that where they were both dropping? They were both shattered, absolutely.
At the end, we said at the time that we were going to see them go head to head again. At that time, we hadn't. That was before the Olympics.
I'm thinking of a different one where he was fighting the Georgian, and they were both dropping. Baker.
Oh, okay.
Baker Masu was fighting. At under 90 kilograms. Who am I thinking of?
Right. Well, we'll come to that one because I can click on that because I've got the computer up and running. I was thinking of the final of the Masters in Guadalajara when Kalmuzaev Hussein, who was watching here, went up against Baker Matthew. That was an absolutely fantastic contest. And then I'll click on Baker Matthew and find out when it was that they went head to head.
Well, we've got another interesting quarter-final. Aida and Denisov in the minus 100 kilograms. That's happening on mat 2 at the moment as well. Denisov doing great in his new weight category, by the way.
You're not talking about the final with the Georgian Valim Lepetiliani in the final?
Not
of the Olympic
Lepetiliani,
Games?
the other one.
Right, let's have a look and see when he last fought the Georgian then. Last fought a Georgian. Oh, Becker, Viniashvili at the World Championships, the quarter-final,
That's the one, it was Becker.
Yeah.
And they couldn't stand up, the pair of them. The referee was trying to pull them up, and he couldn't pull them up. Great stuff. Nagasawa. Yuko up here. Kalamazov has to come forwards, but there's still 2 minutes just over to go. Still plenty of time. Look at that big arm coming over. He's got a massive Harbarelli technique from here. Uranagi from the front.
Yes.
Now he's going to do it.
He didn't want to get involved. I'd have left that.
Yeah.
You know, give him another penalty. Let him stand up. No, he should have taken a drop there.
Yeah.
That was a drop.
Yeah.
He followed him into groundwork. That doesn't stop him from giving him a penalty.
No, I agree with you.
He didn't like that grip at all. He just went to ground. There was zero effort at any technique. And I think just the fact that he followed him into Nevaza saved Nagasawa from picking up a penalty.
Well, Kalamazov putting him under all sorts of pressure here. Big arm over, that's going to score.
He's gone again.
That's got to be a
See, that would have been penalty 3
yeah, with
a minute 20 odd. That changes the whole shape of things.
No, absolutely. Well, he's going to get it now.
For me, that was exactly the same as the last one. Why didn't they give the last one? Him following into Nevaza doesn't change the fact that he's taken a dive.
Well, he's going to do it now.
Not where he wants to be. Defending on the ground. Another Russian on the adjoining mat. He's also up against it. No, Denisov actually has the advantage because Ida Kentaro has picked up a single penalty. That's on mat 2 in their quarterfinal in the under 100 kilo category. 50 odd seconds left. I think Nagasawa's blown it.
Well, he's still got the Yuko on the board. There's the arm over. Now he's going to do it now. Like you said, though, it would have been 3 penalties up there, and then the pressure would have been on, wouldn't it?
He's carrying a little bit of extra weight around the midriff. As Nagasawa. Half a minute left.
Well, it's all over in that contest in the quarterfinal there in the minus 100. So that's Denisov through to the semi-final. Oh no, it's still got a minute to go. That was
Great
a close.
effort.
Oh, he scores a Yuko there.
Completely against the run of play there. And that's it now.
It is. He's not even going to struggle, is he, there?
Yeah, he's had to
just
tap
taps out. So disappointment for Kalamazov and the Russians, of course. Nagasawa goes through to the semi-final. Well, it's all evens now with the quarter-final that's just happening on mat 2. Denisov just threw that away just by a little bit of bad tactics with the gripping.
There is the contest that Neil's talking about. Ida Kentaro in the white judogi, Kirill Denisov of Russia in blue. Ida has picked up 2 penalties, Denisov just the 1, so the advantage with the Russian, although there's no score yet. There's just a few seconds left to go. He'll get away with that.
Well, he's just going to get away with it, but I don't know. He took a few chances there.
In blue for Japan, Nagasawa Kentaro in the semi-final for men under 90 kilograms. This was the last contest on match 1 in the preliminaries.
Just looking to see if Wango Chow was giving him that penalty. No, he's given him the contest. That's what he's done. Right. Okay, that was quarterfinal in the under 100 kilo category. We've got the last of the quarterfinals now, and this features on this mat anyway. Wolf Aron of Japan. He's up against Joachim Dvaby of Sweden. Dvaby having moved up from 90 kilos, looks really comfortable now at 100 very quickly, and that.
You're talking about Dvabi.
Yeah, not having to cut any weight is really suiting him. He looks comfortable now at 100. We'll see how comfortable he is against Wolf.
He's Wolf is not your traditional Japanese fighter, is he? He really isn't. He has a different style completely.
Dvabi makes his way out to the mat, followed by Wolf.
He's got a lot of variation, Wolf. Yoko Satemiwaza, he's got some big, he's got that nice ouchi that he does. He's got good groundwork as well.
28 on the IJF World Ranking list, 48 from Dvabi. Dvabi's made his way up there pretty quickly, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's worked his way up.
All right, here we go. Look, and who looks the bigger of the two?
Well, certainly, yeah,
You know?
Dvabi does, doesn't he?
And
But,
he's the one who's just come up from 90.
yeah.
Good change, I think, for him. He'll be confident now in year one of the change, that he hasn't been, sidelined in the distance, languishing lowly down. He'll get good positions as far as seeding is concerned, and a little bit of protection. He's going to need that when he first moves up. So it should be a happy camper now.
I'm just looking at the coaching chair for the Swedes.
It could be that he's had to wear one of our gis, and as a result of that,
He can't go out.
oh, his arm's come out.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Now then, he might be in trouble here. Wolf, can he avoid it? I don't think he can. He's going to have to submit. Oh, he just manages to turn
There's
again.
the roll.
Oh, he has to
Yeah,
tap.
that's
Oh, what a win that was. Aaron Wolf was in trouble there, wasn't he? Straight away, as soon as that arm came out there, and he was right on it there, Dvabi, and that just might have damaged that arm.
Well, he'll have hung on as long as he possibly could. That's going to be sore. Sorry about that, pal.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's what they say, isn't
yeah.
it? Well, a great win there for Dvabi, and that puts him into the semi-final. Well, we can have another look at it.
Yeah, describe
Let's
this
look
one.
Yeah, look how he got down. Tominagi, first of all, directly onto the arm. And Wolf there. Let him go too far through. Double lapel turn. How many groundwork situations are starting with this now? This double lapel. You just flick him off the leg. He's already onto the arm here. He's hooked in, and straight away there manages to pull Wolf back. The arm
Gets the
comes
head
out.
controlled.
Yeah, the arm comes out. Manages to do a roll.
I
As
thought
he
he
does
had it
the
there.
roll,
Mhm.
he goes again there, and he's right on that head. I mean, he was lucky he didn't have permanent damage to that arm. Good Newaza from Dvabi. Great transition.
We're going to go down to mat number 3 to catch the last of this morning's action. Cyril Marais of France faces Shimowada Shoei of Japan. It's Marais in the white judogi, Shimowada in blue. Joined the contest with just a little under a minute left to go. Marais has picked up 1 penalty, Shimowada 2, so the advantage with Marais. Here's the thing.
Well, Marais always fights well in Paris, doesn't he? And there was a little bit of, well, weren't quite sure whether he could perform outside of France, but the last few tournaments he's certainly done that, and here he is now with the chance of getting to the semi-final. Just up here, just 1 penalty on the board. Shimowada of Japan 2. Shimowada comes forwards. 26 seconds, and he can't go head down, that's for sure. Marais will have to stay up. Oh, doesn't it? Soto Makikomi needs to keep hold of the arm into the last 10 seconds. Good technique under pressure there from Cyril Marais. Shimawada comes forwards. Mare just needs to block out. So Mare goes through to the semi-final. That was the last of our quarter-finals. We're going to just take a little break. I think it's a 15-minute break, is it?
We got one more contest. Grigory Menashkin of Estonia. He's coming up against Ivan Remarenko. The two of them are poised and ready to take to the mat. No one in the coach's chair for the UAE team this time round. They normally got the short guy, little fella, who he had the hip replacement, double hip replacement, didn't he? And now he shows off when he's walking without the sticks. Oh. He does a little jig and a jag, as you call it.
As we do.
You know the one I'm talking about?
I do, yeah.
I can't remember his name, but he's
are you talking about the jig or the coach?
Yeah, the coach. He's a nice character. And he's got a good bunch of guys to work with. Right, Shimawada exits stage right. Menashkin and Remarenko enter stage left.
Menashkin will be wearing white then. Remarenko fights well, doesn't he? Sometimes he has good results against good people.
You're right.
He does.
He's that hot and cold, isn't he?
He is hot and cold.
I mean, when he's hot, he's hot. When he's cold, he's dreadful. Menashkin lost his hair, I mean, really early. I mean, I remember seeing him at the under-23s, European under-23s, completely bald already. And he's always had that air of, like, being one of these old guys who's stuck around and fight. And he's not.
No. You're going to tell us his age in a minute.
I'm afraid to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's even 30.
No, he won't be. Well, I said that Remarenko can perform at the highest level, and he's beaten some really good fighters. Is it going to happen here? Shido each. They both have to attack. Just that little bit tentative. Nice, actually was an attempt there from Remarenko. Nice Seotoshi there, Menashkin.
25.
That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, 25. This gentleman here that you can see in your picture now, Menashkin. Manages to get one score on the board there, Menashkin, and Remarenko will have to fight back on this. Still plenty of time, 3.5 minutes still to go. A little bit of a lackluster contest just to finish this first period off. Don't forget we've still got all the semi-finals and the repechage finals to come. And then 4 o'clock our local time here in Tokyo, it will be all bronze medals and gold medal matches. Well, they only go over that back like that when they want to do some kind of Yoko Sotemi. Either that or massive Surigoshi. Remember, Iliadis, that's what he was looking for all the time. Well, Remarenko really needs to crank this up if he's to stand any chance of getting that back. Sumagieshi this time, Miniskin. Oh, it's going to be another score. Wazari scored this time from Miniskin. Siatoshi again, right the way underneath Ramarenko. Ramarenko couldn't climb off it. Well, Budulin in the coach's chair there. What a brilliant judoka he is. Not competing now, of course. He's in the coach's chair, but his fighter now en route to the semi-final. Tomonagi this time. Doing everything right here, Miniskin. So just coming up to the last minute of this match. Uchimata there from Ramarenko. Yuko and Wazari up, Miniskin. This is one of those occasions where Ramarenko just not able to break through the defences. Just saying that Miniskin there with a nice Siatoshi to score his second score, which was a nice Wazari. Ramarenko just not able to lift his game.
I remember when I saw him for the first few times and he was down at 90 kilos, he was incredible. He had speed, you know, and he just put on that little bit of weight. He couldn't make 90 any longer. And then all of a sudden he went from, you know, 92 coming down, he's done and dusted.
Yeah, he gave it up there, didn't he? Did you see him? He got turned over, Ramarenko there, just gave it up.
This is one of the cold days, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's definitely not hot.
No, definitely not. Well, no big celebrations from Miniskin. He's in the semi-final in one of the toughest tournaments in the world. Bit of a lackluster contest it was, but never mind. It's all going to hot up. We have semi-finals and we also have repechage finals to come.
We'll do the same as we did the last 2 days. We'll stick with mat number 2 because that's where the big action is going to be. You at home can click on whichever one of the mats that you want to match. Neil and I will continue to watch mat number 2, all the semi-finals.
All the semis.
We'll do that when we come back. And it's 10-1 here. I think we're going to take a break for 15 minutes. So just shortly after the top of the hour, I'm going to call it that, top of the hour, we'll be back. Neil and I are going to go and get another coffee.
We're going to see you in 15 minutes for more action.
See you then.
Dear spectators, now we will have a short break, about 15 minutes, and then we will continue with the...
He's just keeping us on, isn't he? He likes that.
日本代表選手のサイン会、握手会を2階段のスタッフの指定席通路アスリート委員会ブースで開催いたします。本日は午後1時より 73kg 級、63kg 級のメダリスト、午後3時より 81kg 級、70kg 級のメダリストのサイン会を行います。また、リオデジャネイロパラリンピック代表の広瀬選手、米田選手も参加いたします。 名の定員に達した場合にはお断りさせていただくことがございますので、あらかじめご了承ください。引き続き落とし物のご案内を2件いたします。2階南女子トイレに時計の落とし物がありました。また1階南休憩スペースの男子トイレに小銭入れの落とし物がありました。お心当たりの方は1階受付までお越しください。
Welcome back. So this is part 2 of the first session. We've got a session beginning at 4 o'clock that contains all the medal matches, but here we are with the semi-finals, and the first of the semi-finals in the under 90 kilo category features Alexander Kukol of Serbia. He's up against Nishiyama Daiki of Japan. It's Kukol in the white judogi, Nishiyama in blue. And joining me now is Neil Adams, because Neil has a particular liking for Nishiyama. He likes his technique, and so he should. He's a quality fighter. Hi, Neil.
Yeah, I do. I love his judo. I think maybe, I don't know whether he's at his very, very best, but we've seen him out there a lot, and I love his Ochi, but I think he's going to find it difficult here, reach-wise, because certainly the range of Kukolj, this is his big chance, I think, to get through to a major, major final. Just heard that Aaron Wolf will not be able to continue, and that arm lock, that Konsetsu on him will put him out. So that's a shame, isn't it?
Just took a little bit too long in tapping there, didn't he?
I think he did. And
hung on for a little bit too long.
It's cost him dearly. Well, look at that. Kukolj there got the sleeve, and that really is a pistol grip, isn't it? And there'll be a lot of people coming through, I know they will, and just commenting about the pistol grip. How much time are we going to have on pistol grips? And I can tell you now, the big thing and the big play will be positive against negative gripping. And I think they're going to allow a lot more freedom with the grips, and I think that will be a huge thing, and a lot more time to set up certain techniques, but it will have to be in a positive manner. And to determine what is positive and what is negative will be the key point. Well, he's had to go off here. Kukol's just having to wait out in the middle, not the best place. There's a little bit of blood, I think, on the end of Nishiyama's fingers, so he'll have them all strapped up. They'll have to get it right, and one of the problems, of course, putting strapping on when they're sweating is that, of course, tape doesn't stick when you're sweating, but he'll have to stop it. If he doesn't stop the blood, if they can't stop it on the second occasion, then the contest stops. And the interesting thing is, if it's a different blood source, they'll have another 2 times, and if it keeps changing, but if it's the same one, it's only 2 times that you're allowed to have it seen to. So Nishiyama now comes back in, he's on the way back out, and the contest will begin. This to get through to the final, guaranteed gold or silver medal. Well, this will certainly be a good one for Nishiyama, because he hasn't been there at a major tournament final for a little while. But look at the absolute range there of Kukolj, just staying clear of that Ouchigari. So to Makakomi from Kukolj. Both look a little bit tentative, don't they? Both going left as well. Right. Certainly doesn't want to wrap himself around the outside. I'm talking about Nishiyama, because Nishiyama will come unstuck. The greater range of Kukolj will make the difference, I think. So both looking for the sleeve lapel. Nishiyama absolutely That's what he requires. He does go solely on the right as well. Strong fight for grips. It was always going to be strong fight for grips here. They're going to get penalised now. Is it going to be one each? Well, this will be the last time that he can come off here for this same injury here, Nishiyama. And I did say, didn't I, that the problem is the tape's not sticking. That's why if they have a head injury and they wrap up the head, if they've got something, a small cut or an abrasion, that they have it wrapped right around the head, they come out looking like a mummy. But you can't do that on the fingers.
Finally balanced at the moment. 2 minutes left to go. No score and no penalties on the board.
I think one of them was just about to get a Shido, and I'm not sure if it was Nishiyama, but one of them was just about to get it. I'm just saying this is the second time off here with the blood problem, and of course the problem here is they're warm. He's warm and sweating, and it's not sticking. So if he doesn't manage to stop it this time, it'd be interesting to see if the referee stops the match.
Take him off.
Well, yeah, you can't do 3 times, that's for sure. Not for the same injury.
We've had a few delays today. It's been unfortunate. I know people at home are watching, and that there will be understanding with blood injuries or tape needs to be redone. It just slowed things down a little.
Yeah, it is a problem. I mean, I can see why they don't want to do it out in the middle there, but
adds to the time, doesn't it? Getting to and from. Anyway, hopefully they won't be too long. They're just cutting with a scissors and taping up the fingers of Nishiyama Daiki. Should be back on the mat in a couple of seconds.
Well, we just saw Adair there get beaten by Kigamura in the under 90 kilograms, and that was a repechage final, so no medal for him.
There may be a medal for Hussein Khan Musayev if he can get past Mukai Shoichiro of Japan. That's the next contest going to take place down on mat number 3, the repechage contest. The thing that would happen is if we move down there to show any of that, then Nishiyama would immediately take to the mat. We'd only have to jump back. So I think we're just going to stick it out and hope that they get back on quickly.
Well, yeah, just been told now that he had to get out there, and time's run out. He put more tape on there, and I don't think putting more tape on
top of tape
is the answer.
Loose. Yeah.
No, it's not the answer. And he did get the Shido. I was right. He was definitely poised to give it, so he didn't forget about it. I think that was half the reason Nishiyama was taking so long. He thought he might forget about it. So Kukul's just ahead now. 1 minute 44. We're guaranteed some Ippon matches in the medal matches. I'm sure of it. Sure it's going to happen. There's the Ouchi. Look at that. He's been taken over. And a Yuko there to Kukulj.
He's done it again, hasn't he? He reacts very, very well when he comes under an attack. It's the second time that we've seen him counter for a score today.
Yeah, digging in now for the Shimiwaza as well. Can he get it? He just needs to waste a few valuable seconds there, and he's going to try the Sangaku, triangles the legs, and can he get the leverage? I think he just decides there that Nishiyama not to move. If he goes over, because this is what he scored with in the previous round.
30 seconds left. He has a good look at the fingers.
Well, he's having a look at the fingers because the fingers, like I said, tape on tape. Yeah. That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
To lose a match
That's
like
what-
that
that's what
just
I'm
because of
thinking.
a bit of blood on the end of the fingers.
And
but
if he does get past him, what do you do? Do you go back downstairs and start from scratch? You take everything off, try and dry it up, and start again? I mean,
yeah, it's
what do you do?
difficult, isn't it? No, it is. It's a real problem. Like I said, that's why if they've got a head wound, they come on like a mummy second time.
So there are other places that you can get purchased, though. You know,
Well,
around
what I
the
was going to
head
say
and-
is you,
yeah.
you put the thing on the end of the finger and then you go all the way
Oh,
up
the
to
way
wrist.
round, yeah. Not going to happen here for Nishiyama, I'm afraid. Doesn't matter how many penalties he dishes out to Kubo. There isn't enough time.
Good performance from Kukulj then, beating the top Japanese and going through to the final.
He was keeping his little black book up to date. He already penned in Serbia because there's a guaranteed medal for them. I wondered what he was doing for a moment. I realised there's method to his
Madness.
To his madness.
Yes,
yeah,
there
and
is.
and it
Yeah.
works well.
It does work well. It's something that it just keep a little track on the medals that are won and the ones that are obviously dominating.
These would be worth money one day.
Yeah.
Diaries, the diaries of Neil Adams. You could do a book. The
Well,
diaries of Neil
I
Adams.
kept diaries, training diaries, when I was very young, and all the
You
way
still
up.
got them?
No,
that's a shame, that's a
the
shame,
first
yeah.
batch. I keep them now, of course, but the first batch went missing, which was really unfortunate because they had a lot of what I did in the early days and how I trained. Always kept a diary, always. That was one of my first lessons, biggest lessons.
But you could do a book though, couldn't you?
Well, actually, I've got a book out at the moment. Game of Thrones, it's called. Funny you should mention that. Glad you mentioned it.
I think it really is a catchy title. It's appropriate for the time, isn't it?
It is. It's very.
Right, who have we got coming out now? Axel Clerget of France faces Nagasawa Kenta of Japan. It's Clerget in the white judogi, Nawazawa in blue.
How pleased is Clerget going to be? Because this is a little battle
Yeah,
royal
yeah.
with Adair, isn't it? Both sent out here for a reason. Adair out now. Clerget 2 chances of medals.
I hope I'm not going to be controversial when I say he's not as stylish as Idir. He's not as stylish. I think he's just as effective.
Well, he is a fighter, isn't he?
Yeah.
Here he is in white, and he is a fighter. He's got good Tomanagi, we know that. Look at that Uchimata. That was right the way in there, wasn't it? Nagasawa there. And all of a sudden, Clerget goes into defensive mode.
I think I might as well.
Oh, dear me. Super Uchimata there. Just so classical, isn't it? You know, the support leg goes deep.
Yeah. That's what so many fighters miss.
Well, 2 ways of doing it, of course. If you've got the leg on the outside, then you need to get some kind of rotation, some kind of spin.
That's
But
one.
if you need lift, if you need to get the lift, then you've got to get the support leg as central as possible.
There you go. Take that as a tip. And a good one as well. Very simply explained, very easily explained. Anybody can understand that.
Well, it's something that you've got to understand the basic mechanics of how it works, and I think that that's one of the problems, of course, with a lot of the coaching. And they're coaching with the leg on the outside. You know, they need a different movement to initiate it.
Both fighters pick up penalties there. Just for avoiding to put a second hand on. So they've got one grip and then they just play it around with a free hand. And
He's looking to go in with that Uchimata again, Nagasawa. Well, it'll be interesting as well just to see if Nagasawa's got anything else other than that Uchimata, if he can go to the other flank as well.
everybody's having problems with fingers today. Sergio's already got his fingers taped up. He just jabbed them into the chest of Nagasawa, and You've seen him recoil as his hand hit the body instead of taking hold of the jacket. He's had a second go at that. It is a third now.
Yeah, he's got him going up all the time, hasn't he? Clerget on the back foot here. So he's got to initiate. He's going to get another Shido in a minute. Another couple of attacks like that. Just behind on attacks. There's the Tomonagi of Clerget. Has a lot of success with it, but like you said, not as stylish as Idir, but certainly he is effective. And they did put him out, didn't they, towards the end of last year, and he was having success. So he's earned this place, and here he is. He's going to do better than his teammate. So
he was qualified as well for the games. It was a choice thing. And he decided to go with the other man.
That's interesting. Nagasawa was the one that got the penalty. Looks to me as if they're both fairly passive. Saying that, now it's Nagasawa starting to collapse. I think this is where Clerget comes into his own, isn't it? He starts to fight now.
Yeah, he's not a bruiser. I wouldn't call him a bruiser, but he's a battler.
Yeah.
Slight difference. A bruiser suggests that it's an unattractive style. Clerget hasn't got an unattractive style.
No, I think that's a good way to describe it. I mean, he does. He battles away there, just plugs away.
He's just on the back foot here, I think, with Nagasawa. The better efforts are coming from the Japanese, especially with the Uchimata, and Clerget has asked for not a timeout because we don't have such a thing, but he wants to have some tape applied to one of his fingers now.
Well, the Kumakacha and the gripping strategies lend themselves, unfortunately, to the fingers going, and it's either the knuckles, and then, of course, if the skin's just that little bit soft, you get the blood.
They must have gone through some tape today. Our medical.
Yeah, they've got none left. I wonder what they do if they do run out of tape. It would be a bit of a one, wouldn't it? Well, he just wants to get on with it. Nagasawa, he's down, and he knows that he's just losing a little bit of the momentum here. So off they go again. Clerget now. Round the waist then, and he realises it's still too far away. I think he's looking to waste a few valuable seconds, but he's still got a minute and a half to go here. Sori Surakamigoshi, and Nagasawa was close there. I wondered whether he could go the other way and the other side. 2 penalties each now, Nagasawa and Clerget. The answer to the question is he can. Oh, and almost with the Uchimata there, that was close. Very low one this time with rotation. Well, that suddenly evened itself up, isn't it? I'd said a minute and a half, and it was just too early, wasn't it, for Clerget to change his game. There's the Uchimata again. Now the Ashiwaza! Well, he didn't land on his side, so no score for it. 25 seconds left.
He's having quite a day, Nagasawa. He's already seen off the challenge of Colton Brown in round 2. He had a first round win against the Uzbek fighter, Kuramov. It's only a matter of time before he catches him with this Uchimata. He's got to.
Right, it's been close a few times, and I've got to say that if this goes into golden score, well, he's had Clerget up several times, hasn't he? Certainly, he's the one that's put the work in. When it comes to positive attacks, real attacks that trying to throw for Ippon, Clerget just been climbing off them. So golden score is going to decide it. Now the only thing that I could say is I'm just looking at Nagasawa, and he does look as if he's just breathing a little bit.
Well, we spoke about that in his contest against Karl Musayev.
Yeah.
And we also said that he looks as though he's just carrying a little
bit of
extra,
overweight,
around the midriff. He's not a tall fighter for the weight category. He just looks a little bit, you know, a couple of dinners too many. Or at least he hasn't run them off.
Well, you don't know whether he was an 81 kilo player, just probably a little bit heavy. He'll have to get rotation on that. He'll get away with it this time. Nagasawa goes into the attack. Uchimata again, Nagasawa.
Wonder why Clerget didn't try and work him on the ground there.
Well, I think he just wants to. He knows that it's not going to score, and that's the thing, isn't it? If it did score, then you'd go, wouldn't you? It doesn't score unless you arm lock or strangle them or hold them down. Oh, that was close. He was kind of waiting for it, Clerget.
Just rattled Nagasawa a little bit with that.
I think that might be it. Somebody went out there. Is he going to give it? Oh, he's not. He's not going to give it. That was brave.
Here comes Clerget. If he's really clever now, as soon as they stand up, give it the biggest attack you can, because it'd be 3 in a row then.
Wow, what a battle royal this is.
You can't afford to give Nagasawa a chance to come back in with one of those big efforts.
I can't understand that. The French are shouting for a Judo.
Not like them.
No. Good Uchimata again. Nagasawa pulls it back.
But we could see that one coming, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could.
You know, so the tempo has changed. The 2 or 3 occasions before, he was in there so quick, but there we saw the steps there, so that he's just slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, just a bit.
Really,
2 minutes into golden score. 7 minutes they've been at it, these two.
Taking its toll now. And that one's slightly off balance as well. Just beginning to unravel a little bit. You know, the sharpness that we saw earlier on, and now Clerget with a chance here. Got to come back with a big attack of his own. That's not big enough for me.
No, but I mean, you know, they are trying, aren't they? You know what I mean? At least he's trying to get across there, and he knows what he wants. But like you said, they've got to get rotation. They've got to break balance as well.
The difference between staying in and being penalised is wafer thin here. You've got to be so careful. This is a good contest.
Oh, he almost did.
Now a chance to work on the arm. He needs to get that left leg to help turn Nagasawa, but he hasn't got the power.
Well, let's see how laboured they are getting up now.
2:42 into golden score. Wow.
Yeah, what a match this is. Clerget. Nagasawa. Oh, Uchimata. Oh, he's been countered.
Yeah.
Clerget counters him. Well, he did overbalance this time, didn't he? You said that it was losing its value, the Uchimata, and in the end, it was his condition. I think it was his condition that let him down there. What a tournament for Clerget to be in the final of.
Bit by bit, there were chinks in the attempts, and with that amount of time going, you are not going to be at your best. You're not going to be able to keep up the speed. Yeah, there's the turn. And the control as well. It was the control at the end.
Yeah, he was. He was controlling it on the sleeve. You can see that he went in really deep, but just overbalanced. He just lost his balance, didn't he? Clerget goes through. Guaranteed gold or silver for France. Well, he'll have to have a little bit of recovery time now, I suspect.
It was a good battle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. Really good.
Axel Clerget coming out on top. I mean, it wasn't epic, but it was good. We've got the semi-final in the under 78 kilo category, the first of the semi-finals. Takayama Rika of Japan faces Park Yujin of the Republic of Korea. It's Takayama in the white judogi, Park in blue. And just to bring you up to date with what's happening on mat number 3 in the repechage contest in the under 78 kilo category. Anna Maria Wagner of Germany leads Lee Jong-yun of the Republic of Korea by a single yuko with 10 seconds left to go. Kathy Mouet is the referee in the middle for this one.
Well, this is her last international competition.
Yeah, she's going to the EJU refereeing commission, I think. We shall see her, but not on the mat.
Yeah, quite emotional for some of the referees, some of the ones that are here for the very last time, isn't it?
Good send-off, though. Paris Grand Slam.
Well, it can't be better than this.
Sorry, Tokyo Grand Slam. I don't know how Paris got in there.
Well, because I mean, it's equally as big, isn't it? And she's French. Yeah.
Takayama takes to the mat, and there is Park. Good battle.
Again, I think this is going to be down to the gripping strategies. Final place at stake. Oh, she was in there, wasn't she, without a Soto? Takayama was in. Looking for the turnover, and she's gone the other way here, Takayama. She's got that arm. Now, can she just come up? She'll lift her off her leg and then come up. Going to go for the Jujigatami. That's the way she needs to go. Get the head down. Pull the arm out. The arm's come out. Oh, she just manages to pull it in. That was a nice bit of no-waza, wasn't it, there by Takayama. Good judo.
Right at the end, she wasn't tight enough on the arm when she completed the roll.
No, they don't go into the elbow tight enough. That's the key is going into the elbow as opposed to the armpit. Or the wrist.
Oh, just putting in a contact lens.
Yeah, that must be so difficult to do, especially when you've got shaky hands. Difficult enough. Yes, it is. I'd be putting my lens onto my forehead. Or my cheek. Well, now Park knows that she's got to do something here. She's got the end sleeve. Cross grip there by Takayama. Going for it. These two are going for it. Somebody's going to go, you know.
I shall ask our IJF doctor about the length of time that he would have allowed that finger.
He wasn't.
Injury to go
He
on.
told them he had
said
to go.
that's
Yeah, he
enough,
just said. Yeah,
I'm just going to ask him whether they'd used up his, worn his patience thin, because that's what it looked like to me. Yeah? Momentarily in Osai-Komi.
Well, I think she's going to catch her in Inewa's. Takayama is all over her on the ground. And look how she's just not quite in there. She's not in deep enough into the elbow. It's only the wrist is through. And if she was deeper in, it would work. So Park is being put under pressure. Takayama, good transition from standing down to ground. Up to Park to do something. Any second now she will be penalised. Got the big right hand over the top there, but not doing anything. So Takayama again trying to take her down to ground. 44 seconds left. Park closer to getting some kind of penalty.
The winner of match 3 in white for Japan, Shimoda Shohei, qualifies for bronze medal contest for men under 100 kilograms.
Well, this certainly would go against the run of play.
This could be heading for golden score.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to, but certainly for me, Takayama has done most of the work here.
Maybe while they're tidying up their gis, let's finish off watching this one, because this is really close. I expect Takayama to take this. She did a lot of the attacking. She was dominant on the ground. Park almost, gave up the arm on a couple of occasions, but she's still in.
Well, and it's all evens. There's not even a Shido on the board here, so Park could still steal this.
In a minute, we're going to have a visit from the current Olympic champion at under 70 kilos, Takimoto Haruka. She's going to tell us a little bit about her teammate Umeki Mami and Sato Ruika. That's a big head-to-head. Yeah, he's going to sneak off and get another coffee. And then we'll be back for the last of the contest, Cyril Mare and Grigori Menashkin. I think we've got the plus 100s to come after that as well. They're not up on there yet, but we'll just get Takimoto to sit in with us for a couple of minutes. We're also going to be doing an interview with the IJF media manager, Mark Pickling. That's a little bit later on, but for the time being, she's going to be with us.
Well, Takayama has been ahead, I think, and yet it looks to me as if Park is coming on top in this second part of the contest. Looking for the shimmy was it was across the face though. Anybody's match, this is. Going to make a mistake here if you're not careful. Looking for the Osoto. Is it going to be? Oh, that was very, very close. Wow, so close there. And Park still breathes, and she's still in it. Is she going to fire back?
Takayama getting some instructions from Tsukada Maki, the coach. And the little Chinese I was telling you about, Su Xin, she just won her contest in quick time. Look at that, 3:29 was left on the clock. That was after 20 seconds of Osaikomi.
Against Jablonska as
Yeah.
well. Look at that, she's got cross grip. I wouldn't chance that too much. She might get a Shido here, is she? Nope, she's going to get away with it.
Minute 40 odd already of golden score.
Well, not a single penalty on the board here. Not one penalty. Both of them attacking at the right times. Left Seanagi this time. Is it going to be a drop?
She just got that big grip from the Korean and dropped underneath immediately for that Seanagi. And I didn't think it had anything to do with attacking. She just didn't like that grip and threw that in.
Yeah, I know.
Knowing that there'd be the mate afterwards. Clever if you can do enough of an attack.
Well,
Risky
two and a
if
half
it goes
minutes
wrong.
into this now. Golden score, remember, this isn't just working your way up to 4 minutes.
Almost came back with actually was a counter. Very quick into it. It's completely different from the contest that we saw with the men where they really went to bits. You know, they've still got something about the shape and everything that looks good.
Yeah, still coming forwards and still dancing.
Yeah, the jig and jag going on.
Well, I do mean it metaphorically, of course.
Again, the little Ashi was her attempt there. She called mate? Oh, she ducked her head underneath.
She ducked under her and
The,
she
the-
knew that
the most
as well.
ridiculous of penalties.
Park Yoo-jin
You know.
knew that as well. She was just waiting for it. Right, I'm going to leave you and I'm going to let you...
Okay, chat with Tachimoto Haruka.
Yeah, you are.
All right. Close this down just in case Mr. Matthias wants to get a picture of Tachimoto here.
第2試合場7位の試合、青、韓国、パク選手の優勢勝ち、パク選手、決勝戦進出です。
Right, coming on to mat number 2, the second of the semi-finals in the under 78 kilo category. Umeki Mami of Japan faces Sato Ruika, also of Japan. It's a nice big match and a very good afternoon to the current Olympic champion, Tachimoto Haruka. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All your fans, Judo TV fans, happy to see you. You're glad to sit here and not be on the mat, take a break, yeah? You're happy. take a rest. I wanted to ask you about, you know, we've got the cheering sections. I know the yellow is the komatsu. What about the ones in the white tops? Where are they from? You know, which?
Also,
Oh, that's from your company.
no,
Oh.
I'm also
Uh-huh. What about this group here? Where are they
Yellow?
from? This is komatsu.
komatsu yellow,
And a green
green, Ryotokuji.
and the white ones?
White, Mitsui Sumitomo.
Sumitomo, right, okay. Now, who is Umeki with?
Umeki University.
She's at university. Do you know which university she's at?
ITU University,
Uh-huh.
you know.
And what about Sato Ruika?
Komatsu.
She's from Komatsu.
Komatsu
Okay, so
company.
we should start hearing some noise for Sato. So it's Umeki in the white judogi, Sato in blue. This is the weight category above Tachimoto Haruka. She's under 70 kilos. She's not going to mix it with these heavier fighters. But Umeki with the red back patch, a current world champion. He had a tough draw in London. That was a really difficult category, under 78 kilo category. Just steps out there as she tries that Ichimata. The referee calls mata. There won't be a penalty. They just have to drift off off to that side. Umeki gripping up left-sided. With a nice strong grip up and around the collar. And she just brings the head down, but there's a nice Tani Otoshi there from Sato Dorika, and she brings her down for Yuko. Sato's the experienced one. She's been around for longer. Her and Ogata were the two of them who were at the top for Japan for quite a number of years, and here's Sato again with a chance to do something at this Tokyo Grand Slam. I'm not sure if she was in Chiba last month for the Kodokan Cup, I don't know. Maybe that was where she got the selection. Quite a number of the fighters fought there about a month ago. Yeah, it was Sato.
Yes.
Won the competition. She overcame Yoshimura Shiori. Ogata was there, and Izumu. Wow, but we don't have Izumu here, or Yoshimura. Yuko the lead for Sato Dorika. A little over 2 minutes to go. Just playing with the edge a little bit there. Sato, Umeki backed up. And again, an attack from Sato. This time it's not up to a score. It just puts Umeki onto her front. Looking comfortable. Sato.
The winner of match 3 in blue for Brazil, Romania.
Yeah, it's just making things a little bit awkward now for Umeki, because Umeki has to come the long way round if she wants to attack on the left. A chance for the shimiwaza here. The referee's having a good look, but no, not happening. And a good defense there from Sato. And the thing was, there was a lot of time that went off the clock. Now was 1 minute and 16 seconds left to go, so it was good for Sato to burn some of that clock, to stay in defense. Umeki used up a lot of time there. And she want to work on the ground again now, Sato. A little over half a minute left to go. Single Shido against Umeki. Sato has the Yuko, and this looks as though it's going to be enough. And a few more seconds down there. The referee now is called Mate. Well, Takayama Rika made a mistake in her contest. She lost out. That let Park Yoo-jin of the Republic of Korea into the final. And it looks as though it will be Sato up against Park Yoo-jin. We'll see Takayama in the bronze medal contest. And we'll see Umeki Mami as well in the bronze medal contest. What's next for you then? What about you? When will we see you on the tatami next?
Next?
Yeah, next competition for
I
you.
don't know now.
You taking some time, a bit of a rest?
Rest.
Yeah?
I have rest now.
Yeah, okay. How long you have a rest for?
I don't know now.
What about some training?
Training is I have training,
Okay,
but no during competition.
no competition yet. Yeah, okay. So, well, and head coach? You spoke to the head coach of Japan about next competition? 1 month, 2 months, maybe Paris next year?
No, maybe no.
Not even Paris next year. Okay, so a good long rest, yeah? Okay, well, congratulations. I know everyone at home is absolutely delighted about your win in Rio. You must have enjoyed that, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Pachimota Haruka, thanks very much
Yay,
for
thank you
joining
so
us.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Right, we're going to have Neil Adams come back to join us. Don't worry, next time we'll have some more English lessons. Thank you very much. Right, who have we got coming up next? Cyril Marais of France faces Grigory Menashkin of Estonia. It'll be Marais in the white judogi, Menashkin in blue. Right, here's Neil. You're in the hot seat, mate.
I'm in the hot seat again. My goodness me. Well, in this semi-final now, in the minus 100 kilograms, where Cyril Marais of France, Menashkin of Estonia is his opponent. Fought well in that quarter-final match. 25 years of age, Menashkin. And Marais, two-time winner of the Paris tournament. Here he is now. And he is also world bronze medalist. One of the best fighters in the minus 100 kilos category. Can he get to yet another major final? Tomanagi from Menashkin. Marais can counter as well as big major techniques as well. Just that little bit tentative here in this semi-final. We've got the Denisov, Kirill Denisov and Joachim Darby of Sweden in the other semi-final in the minus 100 kilograms. Is going to be following this match.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Did she do well? Did she? We were just talking about whether did she speak good English?
Oh, she didn't.
No. Was she struggling? Actually, as she went off there, she said that was terrible.
Yeah, she was so lovely that it didn't matter.
I think she said you were terrible.
Oh, you were terrible, Mr. Sheldon. No score yet, Menashkin and Marais. The battle of the M's. Big guy, little guy in the weight category. Tallest and probably shortest going head to head here.
Yeah, he can explode from anywhere, can't he, Marais? And I think he was one of the most consistent minus 100s. He was one of the favourites, I think, going into the Olympic Games, but there was always speculation as to whether he could do it outside of Paris, wasn't he, for the big one, to win the big one. Paris tournament, of course, one of the hardest, isn't it, outside of the Worlds and the Olympic Games with this one to win.
I always thought that he was one of the most difficult fighters in the category, just because he was, such a man-mountain at under 100.
Yeah, but just so awkward as well. He really is rangy and just so awkward. And here he is just grinding this match out there. Cyril Marais just ahead now. Menashkin gets a Shido for not attacking.
Half the contest gone, that single Shido against Menashkin. Taking the long walk down to the far end of the competition hall now. Kim Kyung-tae of the Republic of Korea about to get onto the mat against Sven Heinler of Germany. It's a repechage contest in the plus 100 kilo category. That's down on mat number 3 if you want to watch that. We're sticking here with Cyril Marais and Grigory Menashkin. The speed with which the repechage contests have gone incredible. We've come up to the last one in the plus 100 kilo category already. We haven't had the 100 under 100 kilo category finish yet, because we've still got Kirill Denisov and Joachim Dvaby. We then got the plus 78s and the plus 100
still. Yeah,
we're going to be here for a while. 2:30, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
That we will wrap it up in about 35 minutes of judo left. But I think that this is probably going to be the best of the judo. Yeah, that was a nice piece of work down on the far end. My eye was caught by Kim Seong-yeon rolling over Sven Heinle, having dispatched him with a nice Hizaguruma.
It's a good win, isn't it? I mean, he never looks like a heavyweight, true heavyweight to me, Heinle, but does well against the big guys. Well, somebody's going to get penalised. Is it going to be Meniskin again? Well, they both get them, so that's 3 up there for Meniskin, and Meniskin is in danger here of being penalised out of the contest.
It wouldn't be the first time that I've seen that happen. He does tend to pick up, you know, a number of penalties.
Bit of a shame. I think he's being out-gripped here. You can see it. The Kumakata from Mare just too strong for him. That was a good attack there from Meniskin. He realises now that if he doesn't attack within the next 40 seconds, he's going to be out of this.
And yet it's so odd. A single score for Menashkin would probably do it.
Well, yeah, it will do it. It will overcome those 3 Shidos, that's for sure. Any major score will overcome the penalties. Oh, now then. Mare in for the Osoto.
3 times he's turned off that Osotogari when Mare's gone in for that. Found a way off it on each occasion. Well, Mare has a quick look at the clock. He knows there's only a few seconds left to go, and he'll just burn that up without any trouble. The referee, no need to call a mate here, just let that time run out. 3 penalties picked up by Menashkin, just the 1 by Cyril Mare.
Well, he's through to the final, so he'll be happy. Doesn't matter which way he got there, really. Not to him, anyway. Just looking up at the crowd. Nice full crowd. I think we're going to have a full house for the final part of this tournament here, for the final session, for the medal matches that are going to happen at about 4 o'clock.
Mare walks off with the win. He goes off to prepare for that final block that Neil is talking about. It begins at 4 o'clock. It's now 2 o'clock, so in a couple of hours we'll be back. But before that, we've got an odd one now, because Kirill Denisov has moved up to 100 kilos. So has Joachim Dvaby. And here they are going head to head. So all change, same story.
Nice little interview from Denisov after the Chinese Grand Prix, and he said that very cheekily, actually, in very good English, and he said, "I think everybody now will be afraid of me coming into their category." He said.
Yeah, no, you can't keep a good man down.
No, but he said it in such a way, it was tongue in cheek, but he meant it.
He look at the tape on his fingers.
Yeah.
He looks mummified, doesn't he?
It's to keep his hand on, I think.
He's got the most incredibly battered fingers. I think every finger's been either dislocated or broken.
Oh, look at that. Standing Seoinage there from Dvaby. He does do that a lot.
Yeah.
He does it time and time again. In good form, isn't he, Dvaby?
This is going to be such a good move for him. Not such a good move for Pacek.
Well, it'd be interesting, won't it, just to see what happens with him. You know,
well, it's really only the
division.
Olympics that you have to worry about, to be honest.
Yeah.
And if they're clever, there's no need for them to worry about going head to head or anything, because you can send 2. It's not as though they are squeezed with numbers and there's 2 in the 60s or 66s or whatever. You know, it's not a big squad. So your second player, there's no reason why it shouldn't be there with Pacek and Dvaby.
No, it's true. Absolutely.
The only problem is when it comes to the games. That's it. Only one can go.
Well, then the pressure starts to come on, doesn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a stiff arm there from Dvabi that's going to be penalised if he's not careful. He's got to do something with it. He can't just block out all the time. The referee letting it go at the moment. Denisov, yeah, that big right hand was stopping the twitch of Denisov. That's what he's trying to stop here. Possible Judo blue. That's what the couple in the crowd was shouting.
I'm okay with the way that he covered up after the failed attack. It
Yeah.
wasn't as though he was trying to break up a grip or anything. He genuinely wanted to attack there. It failed, and he just covered up, and I'm okay with that. Again, that right, and I'm just pushed into the hip.
Yeah,
of
well, he wants to
Denisov.
stop that,
Yeah.
that twitch, so he's going to get penalised for it. There we go. Took a little while, but just too defensive, and it's prime example this of what is defensive gripping opposed to somebody who is offensive. And certainly Denisov is the one trying to grip up, trying to come forwards, and he's trying to catch the grip in order to throw. There's the
Yeah.
twitch. So 2 minutes to go left, and Varby just behind here. Kirill Denisov starting to climb on top and starting to dominate, and also with the gripping. There's the twitch that he has been looking for. Action reaction is what that one is all about. So Dvabi now getting a little bit desperate. 1 minute 38 still to go. Well, we've still got the plus 100s as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
As well as the plus
Yeah.
78 kilograms.
They haven't even come up on the on our warning board, if you like. You know?
Well, this really would for Denisov here in a new weight category to be in the final of Tokyo would be an incredible achievement. He was world champion at under 90 kilograms. Wouldn't that be something to go up a weight category as well? That left Tayatoshi is linked very, very nicely to that Kosoto. Opposite flanks. Just letting the seconds tick away now. It's up to Dvabi to take the fight to Denisov. Strong fight for grips, as you would expect. Always this level of competition, it's all down to the gripping. He who initiates is normally the one that is able to attack. 17 seconds there, just quick look up from Denisov there over at the clock. Now Dvabi comes forwards, he can feel it slipping away. Finger in the eye this time. So Denisov in his second consecutive final at under 100 kilograms. He was the winner in China. Here he is in Japan in the final now. And who's it going to be? with
He's-
him.
He's enjoying this, isn't he, Denisov?
Yeah, really. He's just having a good time. He looks comfortable in the weight, I have to say.
This has got to be one of the first times that the Japanese is not going to feature. Cyril Marais will have to face Kirill Denisov.
That will be a good one. And I think Marais against Denisov, well, he won't have fought Denisov before either. So it will be interesting.
All the semi-finalists were all Europeans. Cyril Marais, Grigory Menashkin, Kirill Denisov, Joachim Varby. Gave them a bit of a working over in this weight category, that's for sure. Right, now this is our first look at the plus 78 kilo category. I think we've seen in it today. Yamabe Kanae of Japan faces her teammate Asahina Sara. It's Yamabe, the bronze medalist from Rio, to face the aspiring youngster and confident Asahina Sara.
Asahina Sara's father approached me for a weights program a year ago for her. I wonder if she followed it. But I mean, that's nice that they feel that they can get help as well elsewhere. It's not just in Japan, just for the judo. She said that she has plenty of her judo, just didn't feel she was strong enough, interestingly. Got a work cut out here, though, against Yamabe. Yamabe in white, Asahina in blue.
Well, it's been a couple of years now since Asahina made her appearance in the senior ranks, despite being very, very young when we first saw her. That didn't stop her as a high school student getting out there. As I say, very confident, not fazed by anyone. Take anybody on.
Yeah, she didn't seem shy, And
Speaks good English as well.
Yeah, she does speak very good English, and we talked for about an hour together.
She'll have to bring Tachimoto Haruka to the English school. sort her out. We asked Tachimoto if she wanted to come up and spend some time in England. She hasn't given an answer yet.
I'm sure she'll make her way there at some stage. So Yamabe and Asahina, both of them receive Shidos now. They've got to just get on their bike a little bit now. We need to see a major technique. We know Yamabe has that good Ashi Oguruma. But Asahina just looks to me as if she's just kind of waiting for it, trying the sasai. She'll have to make sure she rotates the top half when she does that sasai on Yamabe. Oh, there's the movement to the front there, easily stopped there by Asahina. Well, at least they're both going for it. And Asahina this time turns in for the Harai. Well, it will certainly be her first major final. She did manage to get to the final here.
Yes.
Against the Olympic bronze medalist. Somebody's going to go here. They're both hooked up. They're looking for the same technique. And it's going to be either Osoto or Sasai. Same combination. It's right to right. Just depends on who can get the head forward.
Good chance there.
Oh, look at that.
Counter,
Now
yeah.
then, Asahina has taken her over. And I said that one of them was going to go with it. And it was easily countered there by Asahina. Yushiro now, and she's held up, and she's not going to go anywhere from there, not even trying to move.
Despite the fact that she hasn't got anywhere near the top half.
She didn't have it, did she? She didn't have
Just
the
around
top half at
just
all.
around the waist. Really low down. I haven't seen that before. And then Yamabe couldn't even sit up.
Well, she wasn't even trying to get out, which was remarkable. Sarah Asahina then goes through to the final. First major final. Senior-wise, that was. I think she was junior world champion, wasn't she? She was junior world champion. And now here she is in the final in Tokyo. Obviously been following that weights program.
It's working, Neil.
So who's going to meet her in the final? And it's between Sune Akira of Japan, Lee In-ju of Korea. The other two semi-finalists just about to step out.
Well, who would put money against Asahina Sara over the long haul? She was cadet world champion, junior world champion. She's already won, an IJF gold medal, either on one of our Grand Prix or Grand Slams. She's well on the way to it now because she's in the final here. She won the Grand Prix in Jeju. She was a silver medalist here in 2014 and a bronze medalist here the first time out. First time out, she was a bronze medalist. So she's got a good track record. She's not going to be phased about being in the final.
Like you said, she wasn't afraid. You could see that. She just came out full of confidence
against now
the Olympic bronze medalist.
And what we know here is that unlike any of the other weight categories, that was the Japanese number one that she just put out. None of the others have come here.
No.
You haven't got any of the other medal winners, any other number, the top ones, but that was, and Asahina Sara put her out.
Yeah.
So
and did it in style.
So that's a terrific win. Now she's going to face the winner of this contest between Sune Akira of Japan and Lee Un-ju of the Republic of Korea. It's Sune in the white judogi, Lee in blue.
Well, it's right against the left again, left-handed fighter. So you get an opposite stance, but good ashiwazas from Sune right from the off.
Only 20, Asahina.
Yeah, still plenty of time, isn't it? Plenty of time in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, she took a bronze medal as a 16-year-old here. That was her first outing at the Tokyo Grand Slam back in 2012. Bags of confidence. You would really, it's the fourth time that you've been out here. So she must have that air about her. I want to crack this. The podium is not good enough for me. I want to be number one. I want to take this medal, the gold medal.
Like you said, she's used to winning, so we'll see which one of these is going to be. We saw Lee, didn't we, in the previous round? Just climbing on top of that golden score. And now with the dominant grip, but just tapping away at the legs. Let's hope that we don't just see penalties just because of that tapping away at the legs.
Sune picks up a second penalty. I've just got the sneaking suspicion that she may not say it, Asahina Sara may not say it, but she'd probably like Lee better.
Yeah, it might suit her, mightn't it?
The taller, leggier fighter. Bigger target to aim for.
Yeah, those two penalties up there for Sune.
They're going to weigh heavy, aren't they?
They are. Certainly in about a minute's time they will. Trying to see an Aggie there, Sonny. Might just pull one of those Shidos back. She carries on with the work rate that she's doing at the moment. Oh, that's going to score. Oh, beautiful that was. Well, Tsuyotoshi and Sonny straight into the hold down there. Lee just went straight the way over. It was a Wazari score. Just needs to hold her for 15 seconds to win this. And you can see it just clicking up there. And it's all over. So it's going to be an all-Japanese final. Sonny goes through. So gold and silver to Japan once again, but who's it going to be? Asahina against Sonny in the final of the plus 78s.
Well, I look forward to that. I mean, just as though, just when it looked as though Lee might be just putting a bit of pressure on Sonny, she had the 2 penalties to deal with as well, did the Japanese. She came up with the big score and then a big finish.
Yeah, it was an excellent finish. Hopefully we're going to see it back in slow motion. I'm not sure if we are going to see it back in slow motion yet.
Well, whilst we're looking for that, or searching for that, we can tell you that the 2 semi-finals that we've got to come are both in the plus 100 kilo category. The first of these features the number 1 seed here in the plus 100 kilo category. Shichinue Ryu of Japan faces teammate Kagura Kokoro of Japan. Shichinue in the white judogi, Kageura in blue.
There it was. Yeah, with just a quick replay there and directly into the hold. Just have a look how she comes across, snakes across. So Tsuyotoshi, I think you could say Tsuyotoshi there. She goes onto the one knee and drives her opponent over and then into the hold down. Wazari for the throw, and then Wazari Wazeti Ippon after the hold down. Nice that. She really managed to send the leg across.
Shichinue Ryu, the nearly man of the plus 100 kilo category for Japan.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Hazukawa's not here, and so here we go. It's all resting on Shinshinui, but then we've got a couple of, well, we've got Ajitani as well in the other semi-final. He's the one that wins at home. So a little bit of a sort out between these two, but they've got to get past these first.
And in complete contrast to the 4 overseas fighters that we had contesting the semi-final places, we've got 4 Japanese contesting the plus 100 kilo category. Almost turned him there, you know.
He did. He went in there, he's kind of waiting for it, wasn't he?
Who did we see Kageura sneak past earlier on? I seem to think that he had a slightly unattractive win early on, and I can't remember who it was against. I'm going to look that up and get back to you.
Left against right, extreme right-handed Shinshinui.
Oh, it was Mikalin.
Ah,
It was
the one.
Yeah, it was the most frustrating of contests, and it's not the first time that I've seen Mikalin involved in a frustrating contest.
Well, that final in London just 4 years ago was pretty frustrating for Teddy Renier. Teddy Renier just wanted to do enough to win. Can't blame him for that, really.
Yeah. So it's like in boxing, you know, you fight for a championship. You've got to beat the holder. You can't draw with them. You've got to come in there and beat them, or else they're going to hold on to the belt. Well, here, you know, Renier is in that position. People should be looking to beat him, whereas at the moment, I think they just accept that they have to fight him.
Yeah,
you know.
I think it's just survival a lot of the time.
I know that sounds a bit rough on the number of heavyweights who must feel as though they are giving it a good go, but you know, what one feels and what we see as spectators are completely different things.
That's true.
I see someone give him a real run for his money. And
Well, Shinshinui came the closest,
Yeah,
didn't he?
yeah,
I
that's
think,
right,
you know, he
yeah.
really gave him a close.
Oh,
Oh,
nice
that's going to
effort,
be
yeah.
it. That's going to be a Yuko, is it? Not quite. Didn't quite get the rotation, did he? I thought he was going over for the full hip on there.
Yeah.
A prime example, Shinshinui, is somebody who starts with the leg
The
on
leg,
the
yeah,
outside.
yeah.
And it has to get some kind of movement either off to the side or he has to get rotation to score it.
Just mention the two pillars then of that Uchimata again for us. You mentioned one was about the rotation and the other one
Yeah,
was
if the leg is on the outside, support leg, if it's on the outside, then you have to get either drive to a particular direction or rotation. You need spin. So you see
Yes,
there that
yeah, that was a
Shinshinui
good
then
example.
started to
And again.
spin. And then if it's Kosei Inui's Uchimata, for example, then the support leg goes as deep as it can possibly go and as in between the legs as it can go in order to get the lift.
Oh,
It's a little
very
bit like
similar.
a weightlifter. A weightlifter never lifts a weight up unless they get underneath the bar. Well, they do, but I mean they'll do their back end. So it physically it doesn't work.
Trying to a little feint there with
Yeah.
Kageura. Didn't work.
Well, I think Kageura is going to come unstuck with the Uchimata. I think he's going to wrap himself around that front leg of Shinshinui.
I think the longer the contest goes on, the better it is for Shichinoe. He looks in better condition than Kageura, and I've just got the suspicion that the shorter, stockier Kageura is going to start blowing here.
Yeah, you can see that a lot of it stems on that hand, isn't it? It's to do with that hand. They can't grip up with the sleeve to control it. Now he's got it, and now he's going to attack. One penalty up there to Kageura. Guaranteed gold or silver. There's the Osoto. That's going to be a Yuko, is it? Not quite. Not getting pull, is he, on that sleeve? He's not pulling as much as he should.
Kageura picks up a second penalty for passivity now. He really was behind there.
Shinshinui just happy to let this kind of work its way out. It's funny how they fight. Oh, look at that. He's taking him over. Oh, he kind of half committed in there, didn't he? And Kageura took him over.
For Yuko, that was a really good Yuko.
Oh, and he's got him in the
Yeah.
hold. Look at that. Oh, Shinshinui can't do anything about it. Oh, he can
Oh,
now.
he rolled him easily. Tati Shogatami, it was a weak one. He was very, very high up on the body, but there was so little time left. And I think that was more than Yuko.
Yeah, Kageura, big smile on his face as he got up there because he's just stolen it from Shinshinui.
What's the Yuko up for Shichinoe for?
Oh, I think that's a mistake.
When did that come?
Well, I'm almost sure that that's a mistake. They're going to take that off,
Yeah,
surely.
well, how did that happen? They put a Yuko on the board and there wasn't anything up there.
Well, I don't
Well,
see
no,
that.
No. And the referee's just read the board. He hasn't read the contest
No,
at all.
he hasn't read the contest, and he's got it completely wrong.
Yeah, he's just not watching the contest. It's so unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that for a little while, I have to say, because there was a Yuko up there that shouldn't be on there.
Yeah, there's no Yuko.
Get the Yuko off. Shinshinui never did. I did it.
Shishinoi is not moving because he knows he hasn't caught a Yuko. He's just thinking that something stupid may have happened, and earlier on they gave it or whatever, and it wasn't put on the board and everything. But really, he should be saying it's not mine. It's not mine.
I want to know how they made that mistake. I feel a little bit for Kagaura because
he shouldn't have to suffer this at all because there is no Yuko. We'd already counted down and said, end of story, here we go. Oh, and he's taken him. The minute that he scored, that was the end of the contest because there had previously been no score.
Yeah, no.
So how it is that they've suddenly invented a Yuko is beyond me.
Well, there it comes off now. So
thank you very much.
Surprised with the referee.
Me
giving
too.
That. That was really not keeping an eye on the contest itself.
And if we see a replay of the technique, I still think it was worth more than
You
more
thought
than
it was a Wazari,
Yuko.
didn't
I thought
you?
it was
Yeah.
Wazari as soon as I saw it. Mind you, I've only seen it once, but that's just the feeling that I had.
Well, what a surprise. And now, who's going to meet him? It's going to be Ojitani or Ota. Wouldn't that be a surprise if Ota comes through?
The second of the semi-finals now, the plus 100 kilo category. Ojitani Takeshi of Japan faces teammate Ota Hyogo, also of Japan. Well, he would be if he's his teammate, wouldn't he?
Well, you say teammate. I'm not so sure. Are they all mates? I'm not so sure. But anyway, Shinshinui, the nearly man.
He's done it again. He's nearly there.
Or he hasn't. Yeah.
He was nearly there.
He was, indeed.
It'd be interesting during the break when we sit down with our colleagues and they start telling us about how that came about, that last score that was no score. I want to hear the
and why no quick correction. I think that's the other thing as well.
And I've got a question. This is a very, very good point. You may be able to deliver this from time to time when you see them. In order for a score to go on the scoreboard operator has to press something and say, there's a Yuko. Who told the scoreboard operator to put that Yuko on? Because it wasn't the referee. So you've got a scoreboard operator getting instruction from somebody that's not the referee. The referee on the mat should be told, this is Yuko, Wazari, or whatever.
They made the mistake.
He then does it.
He just made a mistake.
Or so. Two things. The scoreboard operator was told something, or he pressed the wrong button.
Yeah.
If he pressed the wrong button, no harm done. Anybody can make a mistake. But if he was told, that's not right. You tell the referee on the mat, here's the action, and you do it. Right, we're underway. Here's Neil.
Yeah, I think I'm not so sure this is going to go too long. But saying that, Ojitani is hot and cold. But he fights well in Japan. He does, Ojitani. Sodi on the left and right the way underneath there. And Ota just lands on his head. Certainly the way that Ojitani comes out, you can tell that he's very confident about winning this match. Ojitani has the grip and able to change from left to right. The grip that he takes. You can see just the difference in power between these two. Ota just struggling. Being pushed backwards, but they both need an attack. So they're both going to get Shido. Oh no, just Ota. I don't know how. Well, Ojitani didn't do anything either. Well, I think that Ojitani is going to come across for the Osoto. He's just picking his time here. Don't know how often these two have done randori together, but there is a pecking order here, I feel. Just setting him up, trying to get the right angle of approach for the attack. Ota giving away just a little bit of weight and height, I feel, and trying to dominate the sleeve, still dominating the sleeve. Well, quite often we see matches like this where they just cancel each other out. They know each other, that's apparent. Who wants to get through to this final though? Uchimata, nice one as well there from Ota. Big arm over the top there, trying to control the head. Ajitani needs to attack though. No good just pulling the head down. Bit ambitious there. I think Ota trying to get that right hand over the top. So still no attacks in this second semi-final. So both get a penalty. Ota gets 2 penalties. Ajitani gets 1.
A little bit different from the Shichinoe contest, this one.
Yeah, it is.
You know, the pace and the tempo has completely gone out of this now, and it's a bit of a stalemate between this pair. One of them's going to have to burst into life because there's a gold medal at stake here.
Yeah, well, I was just saying that how many randers have they done together? You know, it looks to me as if they've done quite a few, so they know each other.
Neil mentioned something earlier on that is really important. Who wants it most?
Yeah, and I think that's it, isn't it? Ajitani, if he's got an ideal situation here to reach the final. He's got all Japanese people to fight, it's not even foreigners. He's on home ground. It's a great opportunity for him. So 3 penalties up there for Ota. Ajitani gets his second penalty. 40 seconds left. Well, I think they've been struggling to find an athlete like the great Yoshihiro Yamashita, and the positivity that man had when he was attacking, and it really, he was one out on his own, and really would have been very interesting to see how he coped with the Teddy Renier. Of course, we could always make comparisons like that, can't we? But, I mean, he wouldn't have just stayed there. He wouldn't have just stayed still either.
Ajitani, having collected only 2 penalties, squeezes past Ota, which is not an easy thing to do. Ota having picked up 3 penalties, it's the aforementioned Ajitani Takeshi who goes into the final.
Well, that was lackluster, wasn't it, to say the least?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because we began the day admitting to viewers at home, this is it's not leaping off the screen at you, is it? We finished the day like that, but in between there were some good ones. We still had some good ones. It wasn't as good as day 1, and it definitely wasn't as good as day 2. However, the medal matches over the past 2 days have really proved good. and I think there are enough good matches to come in the final block for us to give you some entertainment.
I feel that you're right. I think that we're going to have a totally different situation for this final session.
Odd one about that last decision that we saw, where all of a sudden there was a Yuko on the board, and I just want to talk about it for a second. I mean, there are two ways that score gets on the board. The contest judges sitting alongside the scoreboard operator say, hey, there's a Yuko there.
Well, I was watching them, and I watched them, and they immediately, sometimes they beat, the referee will say it and they've got it up there, it's immediate. So I mean, they're trained with it as well, so I think it was just a mistake by the operator.
So the operator puts a Yuko on the board, either because he's been instructed by the two contest judges, or he just mistakenly presses the button. If he mistakenly presses it, well, there's mistakes happen. But if the contest judges tell him, then they should have told the referee, because it's the referee who gives the indications for penalties or anything. You can't just suddenly look at the board and there's a Shido on there without the referee having given it. So for me, that's where the breakdown
I was
came.
more surprised, I have to say, with the referee going straight to Shinshinui. But
yeah, he should have stopped and said, let's have a look at this, because I don't remember giving that Yuko. However, the saving grace for the referee is this. At this level, where you very, very rarely get those kind of mistakes, I'm sure that the referee saw everything was okay with the contest, came to the end. Now we saw it, we said, hey, something's wrong here. He came to give the decision, and you saw him hesitate. Said, oh, and he gave it to Shishinoi because he believed that his team had recorded things right, and he looked at himself.
Didn't run off
he didn't go off the mat. He knew there was something wrong there.
Anyway.
Okay, that's a little bit of inspection on that incident. That we had no harm done. The right winner left the tatami, and that's the important thing. Neil and I will be back in an hour and an hour and 40 minutes, I think. No, an hour and 20 minutes.
Hour and 20 minutes, and for more judo action, and we're going to see lots of ippons, I'm sure, in this final medal sector. From us, goodbye for now.